Hello, Parisian. Just in time. Exactly. We were just recapping the previous stream, which sounds like I saw you were in the VOD for, one, this provides some very interesting commentary on, you know, your unfortunately continued local situation, and the ways it is, starting to affect, gender roles, and particularly what, like, who is working, and female roles. So, it is super good to have you around. I hope you're able to stay a bit longer today than you were yesterday. Alright. So, yesterday we got through Chapter 1, and got most of the shinies. Not all of the shinies, but most of the shinies. Now, we're into Chapter 2.
Anna was training to be a veterinarian when the war broke out. The Germans were only 20 miles from Paris when she received a letter from her father. He was in good health, but implored her not to return home to Belgium until the war's end. Patience, however, was not one of Anna's strongest.
I freaking love... I love the fact that all the messenger pigeons have the fact that they all have oh, there's a shiny in there. I know there is. Please give. Thank you. Yeah. They all have little army hats and battle vests. And it's just fantastic. I love it. Inkwell. Ballpoint pens were not developed until the 1950s and 60s, so soldiers used a quill or nib to write letters. I thought the big pen was a little bit older than that. I might be wrong here, though. It would not be the first time. No, get out of the way. I want the shiny. Oh. Dang it! I don't know what I expected, but, get over my head. Come on. Fly over here. Fly over here. Come on. Thank you. Is Anna Vallon? I remember she speaking French. Yeah. She does speak French, not Flemish, so I believe so, yes. Oh hey, a letter. A letter from a Belgian civilian in Paris. Dear parents, we fled our land before the German advance to take shelter in France with the children. Unfortunately, the Germans keep coming forward and Paris is practically under siege. If Paris falls, we shall return home to Liège. Your daughter Mathilda. Aww. Alright. Taxis to the Mont! Parisian taxis are requisitioned. Ooh, historical tidbits. The Germans at the gate. In September 1914, the German advance took them to within 20 miles of Paris. The government had already headed to Bordeaux and was expecting Paris to fall. In the north, most of Belgium was occupied, but under the King's command, 75,000 soldiers kept Ypres and Yser out of German hands. And the other one, the taxi to Marne. September 6 and 7, 1914, General Gallieni requisitioned 630 Parisian taxis to transport troops rapidly to the Marne. While relatively few soldiers were actually transported, 4,000 in all, the impact on the public was huge. The event became a symbol of solidarity for the nation, and the Marne counterattack saved Paris from German occupation. And we got a broken watch strap. Neat. Yeah. Exactly, Parisian, which I think speaks somewhat substantially to the, you know, impressiveness both of 21st century intelligence and to the courage of the Ukrainian government. Anyway, before we, you know, too much happens here, I want to talk about something extremely... extremely exciting. There are so many. Oh my goodness. What's going on? So. Oh, that's not how that works. I should play the game correctly. Huh. Whoop, whoop. Darn minigames. While we're doing minigames, I want to talk more about the power of the shiny. Thank you. Please give. Because the power of the shiny is extremely fun. It is a known fact. Right? It is an extremely known fact that I am a complete sucker for shinies. I don't know what I'm doing with this, but that's fine. And hey, we got all the shinies in this chapter. The main source of information was the newspaper. Radios were in their early days based on tube technology, and television did not exist. Top of national and local and national news, a news section appeared in the newspapers dedicated to the events of the front. So, right, when we look at how Valiant Hearts is communicating its information, there's a pretty hefty amount of information that is based... No? I'm not sure where this goes. Anyway, that is based entirely, if not exclusively, on the player will to grab shinies. Right? Like, there are so many shinies in this game, and they are... well, they're all individually, you know, very good. That should surprise no one, right? The shinies are extremely well researched and have very fun things attached to them, right? We get super duper detailed. No, no hints available. Tragic. It's fine. We're fine. There we go. Let's go. Hop on board. Hello! We got the taxis. Taxis are fun. Look at this go. Like, this is so silly. I love it. When I talk about the soundscape for this game, not behaving in the way that we potentially expect, this is the peak example of what I mean. Like, frickin' can. Ow. Stop it. I guess I should pay attention, huh? Like, it's fun. I love it immensely. Whoa. It's extremely fun. but it's not strictly speaking what we imagine as like wartime music. Like this is not Saving Private Ryan video game soundtrack cinematic war music.
September 7th,
It's
1914.
freaking can.
Taxis drove all night. Anna
Which I
was
love.
proud to help the soldiers reach the
Routing
front
straight
line.
into accordion music.
When Anna arrived at her destination, she discovered the horrible
And then
with her own eyes.
And then we get here and everything goes, you know, tragically straight into the mud flats. Right, no minor key dramatic brass sections. What are we gonna do without a minor key dramatic brass section? Oh, come on.
Allez, dépêche-toi. Non.
Oh boy, this is gonna hurt. Don't scrunch. Please don't have crunchy noises. Oh, that's a crunchy noise. It somehow brings across the propaganda reality thing. I think it absolutely does. I think it's really fun to have those blendings of like individual good cheer and the importance on
7
using.
months went by. Driven by compassion, Anna devoted
Okay,
herself,
cutscenes.
body and soul, to healing the wounded and the sick. Every life saved was another small victory over the war. The conflict, however, raged on.
Right. It really brings across the propaganda reality thing. It really brings across like the cinematicness thing, and it really brings across the ways in which music that does not behave like war music is a super important tool of like stress relief and of some sort of coping mechanism, because you still hear snippets of music that was popular in the 1910s being played on phonographs or over radios in the throughout the game. I mean, low-key piano is the soundtrack choice nowadays. I think solo piano and violin with occasional drum accents like what we have here really is that standard tension one. But yeah, where were we? We were talking about shinies. Well, they're doing great. Right? If I had an axe, I could chop this down. But there's a shiny there. Don't think I can miss the shinies. Nurse's Manual. The war effort suddenly required a larger medical corps, and there were not enough qualified personnel. Some manuals were published and distributed to help volunteers train. The manuals provide a whole host of practical solutions to the logistical and medical problems of the front, such as how to make a splint or stretcher using rifles. We love that. We don't love that, but we love that. Water, but I have nowhere to... Water. Nice. Ooh, more diaries. So right, we have so many types of shinies here. Like, we've got the diaries. Right, to get us to know our characters. So these are just things you unlock as you play. Right. We get to see these just around, including characters that are not playable. We love. So we get a bunch of different perspectives from the fictional characters on the war here. We get the historical facts here. then we get the items here, which are lots and lots of items per chapter. Right? A truly eclectic array of shinies. Exactly. Right, we get a lot of focus on a lot of different types of shinies. This is, I think, initially a problem, because it's like too many different types of shinies, but also is super indicative of what is the primary way that we, like, understand and deal with, Socks soaked in refined tallow. Those sound not super pleasant.
Hey, pardon, le flux bas.
Non. Non.
That's okay. Right. The thing is, for the most part, well, that, no.
Allez, courage. Voilà, Sia.
We load that,
Courage, Nibu.
because basically, right, for a big part of the historical conversation, right, most of the historical conversations and information and factoids that this game teaches people are a project of just writing an encyclopedia and putting it in the game. Right, since you're already doing all of that work for other reasons from other things, right, it basically it becomes entirely the job of the player to locate these, to pick them up. Wow, both dishes of this mess tin have holes in them. Not hugely practical for eating, perhaps, but life-saving for one shoulder. The mess tin bag was worn at kidney height. When the shell exploded, this mess tin slowed down the searing hot shrapnel in flight. So that's based on an actual archival material. And like, that's super cool, right? Let's be extremely clear. That is so cool that the shinies are based on actual archival material, letters, artifacts, other types of ephemera. And, like, that enables quite a lot. Right, there's a lot of oomph that happens here. Also, I'm running this way because I know there's a shiny over here. I knew there was going to be a shiny. I've played this game before. Luna war against lice and rats in the trenches. Apart from lice powder, the only other prevention against lice was this fine-toothed metal coat. Right, this is super cool. Right, all of these are so cool. We get little bits of what is culture like in the trenches. Boring and full of lice and rats. Right? A little bit of, like, technological history and micro-history of, like, what can we learn from a single artifact. A little bit of economic and brand-based history, like, right? Adverts, right? The importance of advertising in the war. We get government-issued nurses' manuals telling us about labor shortages and all that stuff. We get actual letters giving life to some of the details here. We get so much cool stuff. But you have to actually, like, go over there yourself, right? It is entirely on the player to locate those and to make them, like, work. Right? To get any of that material, you're just like, hey, the player has to do it. This isn't something that's part of the narrative, though, you know, you get snippets of it, and they've done a good job on making the objects related to the narrative, so that's all unified. But there's a ton of detail that is only... Yeah, it's completely optional. And you can pick up all the shinies, right? And then just not click on the button to read more about them, to understand why they're cool. Right? You could just never click on them. And that's a limitation, right? Realistically, you're probably looking at between 1 and 3% of players are going to take the time to read all of this stuff. Which, you know, if 100,000 people play a game, and 3% of those players will read all the stuff, that still is pretty good impact. Like, objectively, that's pretty good impact. But a vast amount of the work that makes this game special is effectively... There it is. Effectively not going to be seen by most people. Shrapnel shell remnants of shell containing lead bullets. Depending on the setting, the shell might explode on contact, or in the air for even more destructive results. And so, right, this is a kind of intractable problem in historical game studies, right? The encyclopedia, right, the written text, is the classic way of understanding, or of writing history in games, right? Think of, I don't know, Civilization, right? The Civilopedia is everything, right? Pretty much any of the, like... Oh, I just didn't do the thing? Question mark? I thought I did the thing. Am I just dumb? I'm not paying attention. I just never did the thing. I walked over to the thing and I didn't do the thing. Okay. But yeah, right? The Civilopedia is the way of understanding how to write history in games, right? You can do history in a lot of your games work. Right, your game's narrative and aesthetics and all that stuff can have a large degree of accuracy and research behind the scenes that make the world feel plausible, but if the goal is to really be teaching history, games have historically, and in this game definitely, relied on text as its main way of doing that work.
French officers were talking about Belgium. The German army was about to experiment with a new weapon near Ypres, Anna's hometown.
Papa!
Anna got en route to warn her father about the imminent danger. Reaching the outskirts of the city, Anna was greeted by the screams of sirens. The deadly gas was already here.
We should not be here. We should not be in this. Ypres, Italian ruins. Dubbed Vipers by British troops due to its difficult pronunciation. Ypres. I don't understand. The Belgian town of Ypres was a key strategic position during the war. A hub for road, rail, and canal networks, it even became the target for sustained bombing from 1914. In 1915, the Germans used chemical warfare on the town. By the end of the war, the majestic cathedral and town centre were nothing but ruins. Technology. In the wake of the technological advances of the early 20th century, the vast scope of this industrialized war brought developments in all fields: aircraft, submarines, dirigibles, and tanks. Great progress made in the fields of medicine, surgery, medical hygiene, and radiology thanks to Marie Curie's work took thousands of x-rays of the wounded. So how do these shiny pop-ups compare to the video bits in Age of Empires 4? I mean, that is a fantastic question, Position. Love it. Right, because Age of Empires 4 represents kind of the other main option, right? We've got these big video bits that are extremely slickly produced, and generally, like, really impactful. Right, but that have an interesting and sometimes dubious relationship to you know, academic research, because documentaries kind of necessarily have a big old problem when it comes to, well, historical nuance, in that there is a limited amount that you can do in a short amount of time. A town of Ypres in Belgium, a pretty wee town that must have been brought before the war. Great town and bad, I'd much rather be joining out with you, the boy. Off to the front in 2 days to carry yourself in the Audi to the family. John McCormick. Don't question my Scottish accent. Yeah, the destruction of this town is just prime propaganda. Like, that should be shocking very few people.
Merci. Oh.
Hey, we got a shiny for it. Wooden top. The common toy at the end. God, I mean, it communicates a lot of it super well. Like, my goodness. It communicates a lot of the suffering really nicely in not a lot of super deep aesthetics, right? We get a couple of small portraits, a nicely tiled floor, a beautiful furnace, and then some crumbled brick, and that's enough right there. God, it's... Right, this is a case where, right, the pure aesthetic side of it, no text, just aesthetic, itself is actually done really, really well, and does a lot to communicate meaning and, quantity of suffering. That doesn't feel reliable. Right, this feels unreliable, right? Oh, okay, we need to drop the bell through it. That's fine. Dropping the bell through it is fine. I was worried about the shinings. That was all I was worried about. That person's kinda super screwed, I'll be honest. Like, there's no universe where that guy's okay. So, I still haven't really said anything super intelligent about, you know. Well, that just isn't right at all. Let's try that again, yeah? That also doesn't look right. Yeah, that simply doesn't work. Love that. It's fine. Was Witch Pile breakable? Comic book is... I think that's a no. The comic book aesthetic is very good and fitting since most of the game is set in the Western Front. I'm just saying, there were people under there. That pile? That pile may have been breakable, yeah. Emphasis on may have been. Okay, may still be. Nay. We opened up. God, I love how they do cathedrals in this game. I adore how they do cathedrals in this game. No. No, it is not. They're so good with just 2D, little 2D tracery like showing the damage that historically happens to all of these. Crunchy sounds. I suppose also the content warning for crunchy sounds continues. Oh, now we got another shiny. Broken walking stick. Then can we go out the window? No. Can we go out the door? We can. And now we're past the cathedral. Hooray. But yeah. I have more thoughts about shinies if I can put them together. There is, right, I think there has been some progress made on making people care about shinies. Right? Broadly speaking, caring about shinies is extremely difficult because, you know, they're fun. I love them, but they are fundamentally optional. And that restricts what you can really do with them. Right? Like, there comes a point where you're not really able to do... I'm supposed to eat a nade up there? Am I supposed to grenade the broken pile of stuff? That would be very funny. I want to steal all your furniture first, though. I love all this furniture. And it's got teacups inside, see? This is what I call shinies. Bedpans. Okay, not a teacup, a bedpan. That's fine, I guess. Home culture. Kinda was hoping we were going to talk about tea. Oh well. Also, nice visit to Egypt. Look at that, super nice, either a commissioned painting of the pyramids or like a Kodak brown print. Probably don't want to mistake that for a teapot. Hey, look, when scale is fake, it's easy to mix up the two. Well, IRL definitely don't do that. Is there a grenade? No. There's another shiny though. I hear you, SOS. I'm not wait. Isn't that my dad? Am I raiding my own house? Wait, hang on. Am I stealing everything from my own house? Dang it! No! This makes it far. This ruins my entire point. This ruins my entire point. One point I was building up to, of like, one criticism of the shinies, just as an aesthetic and as a thing, is that it encourages a very specific type of player behavior, right? Because a lot's been written about how the potential of immersive play, right? The idea that you can behave like a historical figure, right, is kind of the core appeal of games. You have a cane. Can't you just smush it? Fine. Yes, obviously. I don't think I can drop down from above it, though. What do you say? I'm not able to get that there. I mean, obviously. Like, I'm not able to get to that thing. Wait, Anna, why did you steal your own bedpan? Exactly. Right? It encourages the player to act in ways like poking around weirdly and behaving unlike how we would perhaps expect people to, right? In ways unlike how people historically would act, paying attention to things that historical people wouldn't find important, and generally not really behaving like someone in a specific cultural mindset, and much more like a tourist. Right? We are much more, when we are hunting for shinies, we are much more a tourist in a museum than we are a living person existing in a specific culture. That being said, I'm totally happy looking at these museum labels because they're good, and also stereoscopes. We freaking love stereoscopes in this channel, in this community. Stereoscopes are just the coolest. They're not super duper new technology by this point. But these ones being a portable camera, as well as just letting you view stereoscopic prints, is a significant improvement over the last time we saw stereoscopes in 18... where is it? 18, what year is it? In Ace Attorney. Yes. 142638. Okay. 6. 8. No? 4. Fine. Do it this way. It's because her dad is an Indiana Jones scientist. Literally, it's because her dad is an Indiana Jones scientist who is working on heavy artillery and gets kidnapped by definitely not the Nazis. Oh, the formula for chlorine gas. Chlorine gas reacts with water in the lungs to produce hydrochloric acid, which is bad for you, as it turns out. Literally a stupidly Indiana Jones plot going on with Anna here. Well, that's bad. Let me move. Thank you. That's what I call bad news. This is a cover-up to hide Habe Fritz's crimes? Yeah. Definitely. Uh-huh. He's got the well full of grenades. He's got the works. Good throw, I hope. Good enough throw. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. You can definitely just drink some water, it'll fix all the chlorine burns. Yep. Yep. Just go tap, 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 and it fixes all the seared lungs. Yep. And now we're gonna make you have a very bad time for a bit. Okay.
The governess revealed to her that her father, an eminent scientist, had been kidnapped by Baron von Dorf, who was eager to use scientific advances in warfare. Anna set out in pursuit of the Baron and encountered Emil and Freddy.
Nailed it.
Destiny brought them together.
Well,
They had survived
writing brought
the
them
enemy's
together.
wrath. Their gunfire, bombardments, gas attacks.
It's honestly super interesting that they're referring to this as destiny.
Now, with her father within reach, Anna wasn't going to let him slip away.
Right? That they frame all of this as destiny in a war that is widely seen as pointless and like rejects all ideas of destiny. Right? Of fate, of fairness, or of agency over your own world. Right? Something that, Happy... Happy... Oh, Valt's such a good boy. Don't think I was gonna miss that shiny. Oh, my... Fantastic. A case containing a statuette of the Virgin Mary, another example of trench art. To overcome their boredom, soldiers were set to work transforming anything that came to hand. Unexploded munition, empty cartridges, and shell debris were all turned into day-to-day items and put to a more pacifist use. We love that. Like, that's so cool. It's my... Stop talking. You're gonna get us both killed. Okay? Just shush, have some water, you'll be fine. Yep, totally fine. Yep. Well. This is gonna hurt. Be quiet. I hate the clicking it to make sure it works. I mean, I do the same thing.
Danke. Ik weigerte Asta dabei.
Was she doctored with a board ring? Yep. Is she supposed to be doctored with a board ring? Nope. Oh good, I'm glad that guy didn't see us because we're on the wrong two-dimensional plane. Jeez, oh. Yo! Look at how cool! Life and death of the Zeppelin. The Zeppelin was effective at the start of the war, and in 1915, London suffered over 50 Zeppelin raids before the Royal Naval Air Service intervened. Kraft's weak spot was obviously the balloon. And Jesus Christ. By 1918, there were 20 million war wounded, all countries included. Roughly 70% of injuries came from shrapnel and only 1% from bayonets. Facial injuries could result in having a jaw, nose, or eyes removed, but processed and surgery saved and patched up many victims of facial disfigurement and amputation. I wonder why the Zeppelin went out of fashion. I mean, look at how good the parallax is on this. God damn. Oh, shiny. We are on the retreat. Our position is untenable. Don't worry, I'm still in good health. I'm going to leave home to the enemy. Valiant is a good city, beautiful city. I hope all is well at home and you're taking good care of our parents. The prisoners are working properly for you. See you soon. Siegfried. Ah. Well, Vault, be a good boy. I'm heavier than you. Oh, what a good boy. Oh. Oh, look at him go. I don't believe they had rules on... I don't believe they had rules, but most people did. At least after capture, because, it's bad PR for prisoners of war to, you know, get completely murdered after. Velt is the true hero of this story. True. Oh, I went the wrong way. Extravagant. Sorry, Carl. You're gonna have to hold on for a moment. I believe in you. You're gonna be fine. You're gonna be fine. I must pick up the shiny. It's a pistol. Broken POA pistol designed for German artillery. God, this is such a museum. This is... This is such a museum, right? That is literally a museum label for these shinies. And so, right, we've got this narrative of we are following the story of a lot of... Oops. People doing interesting, weird stuff. But, in practice, right, we're doing weird things like running off into corners, abandoning people who need help, and all that stuff. Because... we need this. They require you to literally not save people even when they are crying out for help because you need shinies. Right? You act like a psychopath in order to pick up all the shinies in this game. Which is where I'd like to compare this to Legend of Tianding. Right, if you remember when we played that game. Right, that wound up being super interesting because it also loves its shinies. Right, it loves its shinies. But there's a difference in how the shinies get treated. Right? The shinies... we don't have the option to save civilians most of the time intending. I mean, not do medical care on them, but, like, every side quest in the city is, can you retrieve this particular shiny for me? Yeah, give you shinies for help. You could buy them from the beggars, you could convert your money into charitable acts, which rewards you with shinies. Every side quest needed you to go pick up specific shinies that were lost in specific levels, and your consistent reward for beating combat gauntlets is shinies, right? And those shinies provide small, but meaningful mechanical benefits. So, there's something players are actively incentivized, even if you just want to, like, power fantasy through the game, You're encouraged to go find all the shinies and go be the outlaw. I hit those buttons. I disagree, game.
Allez, courage. Courage, Nebo. Va mieux. Voilà.
But,
Allez, courage.
uh...
Nebo.
And so, right, it understands that core fantasy of being the outlaw hero. Excuse me?
Voilà. Allez, courage.
Of being the outlaw hero who is helping the poor and teaches you some history around it, right? Because all of those,
Tiens bon. Ouais. Allez, va. Va.
all of those are historical tidbits that have labels in much the same way that, oh, Vault. Come on, Vault. Let's go. Let's go, Freddy. Hey, Vault. I freaking love.
Hey, Walt, go now.
Go now.
Get out.
Nope. Hang on. No. Dang it. Vault. There's a shiny. Nope. Dang it.
Walt. Walt. Hey, Walt.
No. Did I screw it with... I hope I have the chance to backtrack. Give me the chance to backtrack. Give me the chance to backtrack. Thank you. Shiny. Okay, we're good now. Sterilizing solution.
Hey, hey. What? Vas-y.
Completely unconcerned. Completely and totally unconcerned.
What? Viens, viens, bouge. Allez, oui. Hein? What? What? Allez.
Go. Alright, let's go. Well, you've never seen a dog give a stick of dynamite to a bush? True. Don't worry, you're in the wrong two-dimensional plane. You can't see a thing. Yep. Can't see a thing. Actually, well, you still need that. There you go, Vault. Why are we trying to evade the French entry? Because we're in an area we're not supposed to be.
Whoa, whoa, get out. Merci, Walt.
Aw, thank you, Vault. Aw, I got bayoneted. I disagree, game.
Whoa, go now. What? Allez, what?
I wholeheartedly disagree. That's alright, we're gonna brain a French soldier, and that's gonna totally not be a problem. Actually, I need to give you back. I keep doing that.
What? Allez, oui.
You're still in the wrong two-dimensional plane, soldier. Aha! Nailed it. Flawless.
Whoa, whoa. Whoa, get away, Walt.
So yeah. I guess to continue talking about shinies, finish up that discussion. The thing that's really,
Shoot, whoa.
really, Vault. Really, dog. 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 Where are you going?
Whoa.
Oh, it's already there.
Hey, whoa.
That explains all of the issues.
Whoa. Go now.
Why is it there?
Hey, hey.
Wait, how does that...
What?
How does that work?
Allez.
Game?
What?
Game. 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 Video.
What?
Destiny brought them together.
Yes, yes, yes. Well,
They have
looks like we're
survived
redoing a bit
the
of progress.
enemy's
Cause... yeah.
bombardments, gas attacks.
Turns out... we're redoing just a little bit of work. Yep, nothing to see here. Everything's fine. It's all fine. Let's just try that again.
Whoa. Whoa. Get out.
Let's just try that again. Cause at least we didn't actually lose a lot of progress.
Hey, whoa. Stop. What? I didn't what?
We didn't actually lose very much progress because the game's pretty good about saving.
Yeah, boy.
But,
Good boy.
alright. Basically, right, to sum up my thoughts on shinies, the shinies are incredibly valuable and I love them because, of course, who doesn't like shinies? But, in a medium that claims to rely so much on
Whoa. Shoot.
letting us emulate historical behaviors,
Bullshit.
there's something really really important about and potentially worrying about the idea that we are behaving in really weird ways in order to encourage behavior that is just not
Merci, mon ami.
that does not fit with historical characters, that has us act in ways that are oftentimes actively psychopathic. Oh, well, that almost worked. I guess these aren't nades, these are just dynamite. Just. Gotcha. Let's try that again, this time with feeling. We're gonna yeet that onto here. That's not the where I threw it. That's fine. I guess. One more time with feeling. It already fell out. Let's do that. Come back this way. Fling you through here. And then light the whole thing up. Go kaboom. Go kaboom. Yeah. Big kaboom. Okay. So yeah, right, we act in like weird, anachronist, or inhuman ways And when this compounds with the fact that very few people actively read Chinese, it encourages us to think of other ways that we can engage with all of this. Right? It makes us...
Victory had a bittersweet taste for Anna. Karl, seriously wounded, had been sent to a POW camp. Anna's father had disappeared with Baron von Dorf, and Emil was court-martialed for
We
desertion.
didn't desert.
Cited for his bravery in Reims, Emil was fortunately pardoned and set free. Free to go back to the front.
Oh. Yeah. So, I think that wraps up my thoughts on
February
Shinies,
21st,
because,
1960.
yeah.
Winter had descended on the front. After joining back up with the army, Emil and Freddy were stationed near Verdun, suffering like many others from the harsh winter. That morning, the arrival of the mail raised spirits, but Marie's letter did not bring good news. In Saint-Miel, food was scarce, disease was rife, and the number of dead was growing. Out of this grim news, however, there was one ray of light. A photo of his grandson, Victor, standing on both feet and
Aw.
learning to walk.
Look at the little teddy bear. I find it significant that I skipped Christmas 1914. I think, absolutely, it's significant because, right, as fun as the Christmas truce is and as important as it is to our memories of a war of people who broadly were able to get along, right, people with no ideological reason to kill each other. Realistically, it was an unplanned pause in a coordinated offensive, and so it's like, it's much more one of those where it was, the Christmas truce ends up being a nice anecdote, but not something significant to the overall direction of the war, or to the, you know, misery and violence that people willingly did against each other as part of this. Anyway. We are going to take our first ad break here, having reasonably wrapped up a thought about an important game mechanic of the Shiny, and having made significant progress in the plot. So we take ad breaks approximately every hour, though we did a bad job here, in order for all of us to get up, move around, stretch, all that jazz. It's the kind of anecdote that fits the overall narrative of this game. See, I don't think it does, right? Because this game is... This game is largely about, well, it might. It depends on what sort of themes you think you're going for, right? Insofar as this has the Indiana Jones narrative of the, as far as it has the Indiana Jones narrative of the great chase against Baron von Dorf, and insofar as its goal is to be a way for the player to walk through some of the worst battles of human history, the Christmas Truce doesn't really fit into either of those goals. Sure, but Chapter 1 is where the Christmas Truce would have taken place, Magistressa, and Baron von Dorf is extremely important to Chapter 1. So anyway, though, we're going to take a brief ad break, having made some good progress, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 3 minutes. I shall leave you all with snails. And some tunes. And then we'll be back with more Valiant Hearts, alright? So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that brief ad break. As a reminder to folks, subscribers to the channel do get ad-free viewing, so can listen to all of these good tunes. If you're just tuning in, welcome to League of History. I'm Adam, and we've early on in our deep dive into World War I in video games. So we're playing Valiant Hearts, seeing how far through the game we can get through today, and talking about how it portrays World War I, and takes a very museum-y approach, right? Thus far, right, apart from, there's the main plot, which thus far has been very action-y, very much, let's string together a bunch of reasons to have action set pieces where we are running through a bunch of the big battles of the war. That's gonna continue. I mean, we are in Verdun in the winter of 1916. Guess what's about to frickin' happen? That being said, right, the historical information in it is phenomenal. I've talked a little bit about, like, what does that museum-like structure do? I think there's a lot more we can say about that still. That'll be an interesting place for conversation. And the ways that it enables and restricts certain types of narratives. We didn't even pick up a gun in basic training. We just, like, whacked them a bunch with a truncheon. But yeah, Position brings up an excellent point, which is that in the game, no adults have their eyes visible. It's just the kids and technically Anna's dad. You can sometimes see eyes behind the glasses because we can't all have sick anime flashes all the time. But yeah. Right. For the most part, right, the kids still have visible eyes because, you know, childish naivete or something. It's a good point, though. Anyway, let's hop back into the game with more Valiant Hearts. Alright. Yes, we seek to write a letter. So, here's a bit where, right, the game is like, hey, we need to take some time. Rightly, justly, says, hey, we need to take some time to pay attention to what is life in the trenches on a moment-to-moment level actually like. And the answer is, it kind of sucks. Listen to that sound design. Squelch, 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 squelch. They're already everyone's outfits are stained with mud except for Roro, because these guns don't have any mud on them. People are already starting to run out of basic supplies like dry pairs of socks. And it's just, and they're all just kind of standing around, right? Randomly leaning against stuff, randomly arguing. There's tobacco cases and playing cards. To overcome their boredom, soldiers would play cards, read, write, and create objects from materials they found. They played Scott, the French Manie, and the Allies Bragg or Pontoon, amongst others. Oh. A sock. Right, this is, right, a spot where they wanted a scene, right? They wanted an exhibit that is all about daily life in the trenches. And so they've, you know, put him back to the front lines. We're in the trenches, we get to look at all of this. Supplying millions of men at the front with enough food was a logistical nightmare. The diet was mainly composed of bread, rice, soup, and sometimes meat and dried vegetables. Food parcels for home were ambrosia for the troops. British soldiers had a ration of a pint of wine and a third of a pint of rum every day. One of soldiers' fatigue duties was to go behind the lines with containers to fetch their company's rations. Sometimes food did not reach the French line, and infantrymen could go without food and drink for several days. In over 18 months of combat, the front barely moved, as each side dug in and tried to claw back enemy positions. The war of attrition turned 1915 into the bloodiest year, and civilians became hugely affected too. By late 1915, shortfalls in human and food resources began to make themselves felt, while ammunition shortages were especially problematic. So here's a fun environmental issue. The weather in 1915, 1916, and specifically, like really, autumn 1915 and autumn 1916 are really bad harvest years. Oh, we're done. Triggered by the Germans at dawn on February 21st and the penetrating Allied lines, the battle lasted 300 days. Some key positions changed hands several times, but the French finally prevailed. The battle produced the highest concentration of casualties, with 600,000 people killed over 61 square miles. Oh yeah, and barbed wire. Intensive bombardment was the most effective method to deal with them. Define fun? Well, one of the main reasons 1915 to 1917 are terrible harvests is that the army requisitioned chemical fertilizer, which means low crop yield. Yeah, the weather is bad on its own, and encourages bad weather, but yeah, that's a good point, right? The human and the environmental did end up overlapping to a pretty substantial extent in ways that were detrimental to both of them. Right, as I mentioned yesterday, right, in the winter of 1916 to 1917, the German rations for civilians were 800 calories per day. Which is not only bad, but is catastrophically bad. Pigeon.
Pas de brignol potol, bigono. What?
Well, don't eat mud food. Have some dignity. Good lord.
What? Vasalang.
So we need to clean the thing. Exactly, right? The soldiers needed food, and so the soldiers got the food they needed, and then the British naval blockade was becoming a big deal. But Britain also had dubious imports and, you know, German ability, or, right, the Entente's ability to feed its people by just importing food from the colonies fails in early 1917 due to unrestricted machine warfare causing massive merchant convoy failures. And so it all ends up being wildly intertwined. In ways that hurt everyone. It's a thing that hurts everyone. So, sure, the dog's allowed to steal the bread, but the Emil isn't. Seriously? What a good puppy. Hello? Game? Game. Game. No. No. God's sake, game. Game. Vault.
What?
I'm sure there's nothing weird happening. Yup, nothing weird is happening in this level, we promise. Obviously Walt doesn't like the sock. I don't need Walt to like the sock, I need Walt to give me the bread. I think the bread has clipped inside Walt's face. You know, I think this is what we call a reload time. Because that bread sure appears to be inside Walt's face.
February 21st, 1916. Winter had descended on the front. After joining back up with the army, Emile and Freddie were stationed near Verdun, suffering like many others from the harsh winter.
Yep. So yeah,
That
basically...
morning, the arrival of the mail raised spirits, but Marie's...
Let him alone. Don't worry.
Door. This is not even the latter half. This is like the middle. We got over... We got... We got a lot of them left to go, because this game ends in 1917.
What? Honey. What?
Game has a lot of bugs spoken with love, yeah.
What?
Don't eat the food. Don't eat the mud food. Walt, how many times do I have to tell this dumb dog? Mud food is bad for you.
Hey, what? What? What?
Silly doggo. Yeah, there we go. Problem 1. Solved. I was worried I almost broke the game again by making the sock float into the middle distance. Give me food. Aww. Just don't be looking at them. Obviously. Solves all the problems. And now it's a soaking wet sock, which I suppose is an improvement. Maybe we want to put it there first. And now it's a warm, toasty, dry sock. Well, thank you. There we go.
My dearest daughter, I heard from Carl. His condition is stable. He is still in the prisoner camp south of Reims. I hope to finally get permission to visit him. Thank you for the photo. It means so much to me.
And... heavy bombardment. So here is where we're starting to do a thing known as a creeping barrage. We should move. What? Will there ever be a game where there are French people with a French accent? Or will they be British forever? They'll be British forever. Let's be honest, they will be British forever. Let's move. We're gonna get me yourself a shiny. Hello, I'm doing well, Jake. It's good to see you. So anyway, welcome to Verdun. Hello? Let me... Do I not have... There we go. I was like, we have clippers. I'm sure we have clippers. Anyway. This is fine. This is all fine. What we spoke about earlier about collecting shinies and not acting as a normal human being. I always joke about... Oop, that's a shiny. Adventure protagonists leaving absolute devastation behind them in order to unlock the path. Exactly. They aren't so much in that particular tradition, blessedly. Oh, jeez. Alright, prisoners, stay safe. Right. They're very good about being a little bit anti-war. Right. Okay, not a little bit anti-war, a lot of bit anti-war. And making sure that, right, the violence and environmental destruction that we're experiencing is things inflicted on our protagonists rather than something our protagonists themselves are specializing in. So that is like an incredibly Hello? Game. There we go. You're interested in the Battle of the Somme. Well, you'll want to stay tuned for a little bit, because we are not quite at the Battle of the Somme. Right, we're in Verdun. We'll get to the Somme. But, later on, in, like, week and a half from now, we're gonna be hearing a lot more about the battle, when we're playing Verdun, the Black Hole game shooter. That's when we're gonna get, like, really into the weeds on what the Battle of the Somme was and was not, and why, you know, Blackadder is not the most accurate representation of Haig's strategy and, dubious tactical mind as we want it to be. Now, I'm not going to defend Haig very prominently here, but Field Marshal Haig was not quite as inept as Blackadder makes him out to be. Blackadder, I know. What's that like? Blackadder is inaccurate? Slander. Yep, I know. Sadly, Stephen Fry does not know what he's talking about when he talks about, oh, it's how the war really was. No. No. It's just the usual story that we tell ourselves about what the war really was. Namely, that the people in charge of the war were daft. Alright lads, fire in unison just like in training. True. No, not more bombs. Wonder if I have time. Do I have time to get shinies? Of course I have time to get shinies. You thought I wasn't gonna get shinies. Lions led by donkeys, but often without the lions part. Also without the donkeys part? Like, the thing that stands out to me on an operations level, for a large part of the war, is that the people involved are not, like, the strategic command is not dumb. Not even a little bit. Like, they really do have a very good sense of what needs to be done in a lot of cases, and they do have good plans. The challenge is primarily one of, like, execution. Yeah, exactly. Agalias is fair. But the presentation of it in Blackadder of being lions led by donkeys, but without the lions part, yeah. That part absolutely is true. But yeah, we'll talk more about the Somme and Field Marshal Haig a bit later, because I think we do see this. Actually, I don't know if we're going to see the Somme in this game, because you know, French focus, very French focus in this game, and that's an English-led offensive. Our friends from a minute ago were from Tunisia, so they are French colonial soldiers. I don't know if they're from a specific battalion. I don't have that level of knowledge about World War I. But they were specifically Tunisian colonial soldiers, which makes me think that they are from a specific battalion, because I do know that a lot of the French colonial soldiers actually end up being stationed farther south, in like southern France in the winter, because like even the French army even the French officers were like, you know, maybe our troops from Africa are not going to be equipped for a northern French winter. Which, you know, maybe is based in some quality pseudoscience, but also I'm sure was appreciated for Somali soldiers impressed into work in... Come on, let me dig. Well. Nice. That's a bomb, isn't it? What do you think the odds are that I'm gonna blow up if I dig here? That's not a bomb. Hooray. This doesn't do anything, but it wasn't a bomb. So that's something. But yeah. It's... Right, something this game has been doing super duper well. Right, something I am super duper appreciative is that they're showing how the European front was not just, you know, a European war. I mean... Try that again, yeah? So we're looking for the windmill. We're looking for the windmill, and then we're going. Uh-huh. North of the dead tree. Let's see the dead trees. These dead trees? I guess there? Wow. Got it in one. Got it in one.
His regiment to reach the rear line unharmed.
So yeah. Right, we've had Gurkhas, we've had...
Thank you very much.
The military hierarchy heard of their feats in battle and decided to decorate
we've
two
got...
friends for their bravery. Emil
We've
received
had,
good news from Anna. Carl was recovering nicely. He was
British
even walking
Indian
again.
soldiers, right? We've had Tunisian soldiers. We've got obviously Freddy being a black American.
Only grew longer and bloodier. The death toll was staggering.
We've just gotten so much.
70,000 per month.
And then,
Almost
you
one
know,
Frenchman and one German every minute, and it went on for 10 months, day and night.
so here's the
May 8th, 1916, Emil's squad was sent on a mission to take back Fort Douaumont,
yeah,
a strategic point in the German defense.
yep. So basically, on a grand strategic level, right, it seems like the scale of operations really occurs at approximately a rate of one offensive, right? You get a defensive, but you get one offensive and one defensive push every year. So 1916, the Triple Entente is trying to organize a very specific coordinated push because they're like, we are in a stalemate. Throughout all of 1915, they've been like, hey, we are in a stalemate. Which, you know, turns out is an issue. Turns out is a big issue. I feel like this is what I was supposed to do. I feel like I'm gonna miss a shiny now. Tragic. Oh, that's a shovel. Hey, we did get the first shiny, alright. Trench shovel. And really is digging trenches or... okay, however, French soldiers sharpen the tool's blade to turn into a weapon more effective than a bayonet. Well, fair enough. Please go. Thank you. Yeah, so in 1916, right, there's an attempt to get a big coordinated push because, you know, there's a sense that, hey,
Hey, what? What?
Go through there. I don't know where that puts you. Where did that put? Where did Val go? I don't know where he is. Oh, he's down there.
Allez.
Aww. Unironically, the most accurate part of Battlefield 1. I don't remember which part you're talking about there. Ooh. A concert program. Concert for a program behind the lines where entertainment was laid on for troops as in civilian life. Theaters and cinemas were also set up to boost troops' morale. There were also brothels. Oh, the shovel. Yeah. Yeah. Unironically, the most accurate part. That's fun. In terms of cultural history, right? Cultural history stuff. After the military, the most important thing to be kept open was cinemas. So Germany rations extra coal and fuel to keep cinemas open in 1915 into 1916 and 1916 into 1917. Which makes them extremely popular. Good chance to spread some propaganda newsreels. But also because it's the place that was still warm. Yay. Duomo was one of the symbols of the Battle of Verdun and was displayed by both counts for propaganda purposes. The Germans seized the fort in February 1916, before it was seized back by the Allies in October 1916 with heavy losses. In the meantime, the fort was damaged by a huge explosion, which killed almost 800 Germans inside. Rather than work of some valiant heart, the explosion was caused by a neglected stove. The ensuing fire spread to the petrol and ammunition supplies. Nice. Flawless. Flawless. Yeah. Oh, that's a Flammenwerfer. For the record, Verse Flammen. The Germans were the first to use flamethrowers in assault on a previously held position in July 1915. Though the attack was expected, the use of the weapon came as a surprise, caused a large number of casualties. The Brits did not adopt the Flammenwerfer. Anyway. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, the one attack per year. So, right, in 1916, everyone realized that the war is in a stalemate, and is busy trying to find really any way to help keep the, everyone and everything up and open. And to some extent that includes... Oh, those boots are just boots. Right, that includes trying to coordinate the Russian, the British, and the French offensive to all occur at the same time. That's difficult. Right? That's extremely difficult. And while they planned for something in the very early spring, the Battle of Verdun actually forces a delay. Because it turns out, that's a problem. It turns out there's a kind of huge problem where you can't start an attack if there's already an attack going on. And that was the German attack for the year. Oh. It just disintegrated. I just wanted you to light it on fire. Jerk. Let's really layer this up. So the Somme, in the summer of 1916, 100 and something days into the Battle of Verdun, and in some ways an extension of it, is effectively a British-led counteroffensive. That goes exceptionally poorly. Like, super does not go well. Wow, that bad, huh? Alright. Let's try this with feeling. I'm no longer asking questions. We're wondering if you will verflamen. Oh. You won't verflamen at that guy. Okay. But what if we... What if we bait you? Dog! Exactly, West. Walt is such a good boy. His primary gameplay utility is distracting guards who all tell him what a good boy he is. Which is exactly as perfect as it sounds. Like this guard, who's conveniently unconscious and definitely not dead. That guy's just dead though. I'll be honest, that guy's 100% dead. How did you even get there? Carbon monoxide poisoning. Also just carbon dioxide poisoning. Also just poisoning. You want dynamite to deal with the Flammenwerfer? Yeah, let's push this way? No? Okay. We need dynamite. But the question remains, how do we get to the dynamite? Like, I see the dynamite there. It's just this way. Just like the protagonist in Yakuza and Never Kill Anyone Ever. Uh-huh. Yup. Definitively. Assuredly. Like, Freddy. You can totally make that. You just...
What? What?
Can I switch characters? I cannot switch characters. Sort of. Yep. This guy totally doesn't realize. He can't see us. We're too far away. He has no eyes. Yay.
Hey, Walt, go, get out of here.
For tunnel work, the British had breathing masks originally developed from mine rescue. Apparently these were bulky, inconvenient, and looked terrifying. Well, that sounds like most World War I utility. Like, that sounds like basically all World War I gear. Just like in general. Is this supposed to be a World War I based game? Yes. We are in the May 1916 assault on Douaumont Fortress, which occurred as part of the Battle of Verdun. Go. Look at these guns. Just punch the shit out of... Look at us just absolutely punching the hell out of, you know, German forces with our fists. Because we're cool like that. Gold gab ich für Eisen. Often in exchange for some precious item as part of a program to finance the German war effort. Alright, there's a guy in the bunker up there, but we're gonna need to dig our way in. Yeet a dead dynamite. I'm sure that won't have any negative consequences. Oh gosh. Fun detail, Von Dorf's division appears to imply that it formed during the Franco-Prussian War. That would make perfect sense, given who he's... If I remember right from what we looked up yesterday, the person that he's based on appears to be, you know, got his ranks, became a field marshal. Hell. No! There's so many shinies, though. Dang nabbit. Wait, I still have a dynamite. Wait, we're good.
Go now. Whoa.
Oh.
Get away. Hey, whoa.
I lost so many shinies. Oh well. I'm over it. I promise. We're fine. Totally fine. Look at him go! Look at him! I was getting a drink. What the hell, man? Oh, well. Oh, I hope that was... I can still hear Vault. Wikipedia confirms. Fantastic. Love that. That's fantastic news. Yeah. I love that Wikipedia confirms the fact that, you know, not only that the hat is real, but that, no. B. Okay. We need to actually timing puzzle this. Right, not only that that entire hat is real, which is quite impressive. What? Vault. I mean, you're a good boy, but that was not what I was trying to do. You understand that, right, Vault? Really? Did you see that whiff? Nope. Damn it. Let's try that again. Wait, you have a rifle. I mean, I know we're cool. Like we got bigger guns than those rifles. I mean, look at us. But still. Ah yes, tanks and zeppelins and more zeppelins and more tanks. Yep. But yeah, where were we? I'll be honest. Gotcha. I maybe don't want to stand too close to it. I'm just saying. I maybe don't want to stand too close. Number 1. That was a good throw, it just didn't work. The dog can crawl through cracks. Because he's a good boy. He can go through spaces that we don't fit. There we go. 2 sticks of dynamite. Alright, we made it past your aggressively easy trap. Time for you to run away. God, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the fucking Chrono Trigger fight. Nice. Nice, Mac. Thank you very much. No, not the dragon tank. What's his name? Otto, right? Or Ozzy. It's the frickin' Ozzy's. It's Ozzy's castle in Lake in Chrono Trigger. We beat an extremely easy puzzle. Alright, now there's Dragon Tank. Ozzy's in the jam! Right, Ozzy's in the jam is 100% what Baron von Dorf is saying. Admittedly, right now it's a bit more Freddy's in the jam. But exactly, plans foiled by a dog or a cat. Yeah. I mean, yes, I can dig through there to get through a different thing. I just want to see if I can still grab this shiny while no one's paying attention to me. This is worthwhile, I promise. It was worth it. It was worth it. A gas stove. I want to see if there's another one there. Yes, does this mean I'm throwing my life away again while Freddy needs help? Yes. Do I care? No. Okay, there is not another one. I just got a bonk. I got a whack an enemy combatant with a shovel, so that's worth. I think that's worth it. How am I supposed to... What am I supposed to do with that guy? I guess nothing. There's nothing I can throw at him, so... It's very interesting being here having no idea what's going on. I mean, the comically evil Baron von Dorf is attacking us with a tank as part of our own... the Triple Entente attack on Fort Douaumont as part of the Battle of Verdun. This makes perfect sense to me and is not at all confusing. The blueprint for Anna's father's latest invention, a 4-stroke engine. It's a tank. So, right, 1916 is where tanks begin to be commonplace in the war, but they don't really fundamentally change trench warfare, right? Tanks fundamentally do not change. What's happening? Alright, thank you. Oh, that did not work. Oh no. Oh no. The idea is getting there. Oh, that was not enough. No, I keep bouncing them too far. Look at how many I'm dropping on top of Emil's head. Okay, the idea is good there. What? Now you're not sliding. Why are you not sliding correctly? Why are they not sliding? Slide! Hello? Hello? My dynamite just didn't slide. I had the play right, it just didn't work. Anyway, we're gonna ruin this tank's day with dynamite. I'm sure that will fix all problems, yep. Incidentally, this is a very French-looking tank. That's very funny. I am a fan of that. Come on. If that can work, please. That works. Except that I'm bad. Come on! Maybe he stole it. It was designed by a Belgian scientist he's currently attempting to ram with a tank and a flamethrower. So I guess this poor distressed looking scientist. Ah. Why does that not work the way? Okay, fine. We'll have to pull you up a little bit more to bounce you more properly into the. No. Okay, that's fine. That's the right idea. If any of this will work correctly. There we go. Hey, get wrecked. Hey, get wrecked. Go kaboom. Kaboom. What? How much dynamite do I need to put in here? How much dynamite do I need to put in here? We're just gonna load up. We're gonna completely load up on dynamite. I'm sure that'll solve all problems. I don't think the vulnerability is being signposted super well. I don't think it is either. We do have a messenger pigeon that has convenient intel for us, in case if we need it, but I prefer to not need it. Oh. Directions, how to throw. There we go. We're just gonna load up. Look at how many sticks we can... Like, that's progress. That's a lot of progress. There we go. It's like 5 sticks of dynamite. That's a lot of dynamite. Wait. Is that... Is that...
Despite the fort's partial destruction, the Germans held their position. The mission was a failure.
Interesting. So, the game specifically says why this happened. Right? This is the part where the game is kind of doing weird things. Like, it specifically identified that this was a stove accident.
War has taken away a very dear friend. He was like a brother to me, and his death affects me much more than I could imagine. In happier news, Carl is safe from the trenches, and his condition improves steadily. I'll go and see him on my next leave. And what about you? How are you? Are things in Saint Miel any better?
Carl discovered things were not, in fact, any better. According to Marie's last letter, his son had fallen gravely ill. Carl had come to a decision. This war would never end. He had to escape.
So, I'm gonna try and go back. It's not gonna let me go back to the previous chapter. But it specifies, right, the May explosion at Fort Douaumont is caused by someone left the stove on, and it caused a fire that spread to the munitions. And then we play through it, and instead it says, oh, this was a French offensive, a French attack that caused the partial destruction and a failure within the narrative fiction of the thing. That's super weird to me. Like, it's not rare for museums to create narrative characters, right? Fictional but relatively plausible people whose subjective experiences are used to frame the artifacts on view. Like, this is done all the time. Moskva Museet does it. There's a big museum in Aarhus that does it for the Viking Age. It's done in a lot of special exhibits, I find, right? Big, high-budget special exhibits. This is a trend of what they do, of here are some people whose real or fictive experiences help frame and interpret the artifacts. And this game, I think, is primarily about the artifacts, right? I mean, yes, it's about these four characters and their experience, but really, it's these ephemera. As we talked about a little bit ago, shinies have a problem. Shinies have a problem with that not very many people pick them up, and fewer people actually go into here to pick up all of these shinies and explore them and read those historical facts. And so, the narrative the fiction tells of that the Douaumont explosion is a French attack, even though obviously a tank inside a fortified structure is not that. That ain't it. And people, I think, pretty obviously are going to know that ain't it. But will they know that so little progress was made that it took until October 1916 for Fort Douaumont to be retaken by French forces after being lost to German forces in the initial attack of the Battle of Verdun? Like, I don't know. I don't know if they'll know that, and the way that the narrative and the museum interpretation are existing in tension at that moment in the game is super interesting to me. Like, that is such a fun little space of tension and a spot where different entertainment and educational discourses are running into each other and not quite finding themselves compatible. I'm going to let you all mull over that while we take our second ad break for the day. As I said, we try and do these, every hour. With this cheerful turn of events, you're off to sleep. Have a great escape attempt, Thank you, Gazishan. I hope you enjoyed me rambling about shinies. But yeah, we do these every hour so that I can stand up, stretch, and in this case, not get more coffee, because otherwise I'll be awake until 3 in the morning. But get more fluids. I encourage you all to do the same, but I will leave on some random remixes tunes, and some lovely, lovely questing snails for your entertainment during the ad break. If you've been enjoying this so far, definitely make sure you consider subscribing to help support the channel more. 421 was an inside job, still fuel can't melt steel turrets. God damn, Jeremy. Why do you like this? But yeah, we're gonna take a quick ad break. If you've enjoyed this, consider subscribing to help support the channel. But otherwise, we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed that ad break. And I see chat has plotted a coup in my absence. Gina's upon us, we can soon be gay do crime. True. Happy, almost pride. But also that means you're more visible. I'm sure that won't have any repercussions for any chat-based coups. Yep. Come on. I am the French High Command in World War I. We will execute everyone who does coups, even when they aren't fully intentional. Wait. I'm sure that'll be great for morale. Yep. definitely. I'm sure executions based around the Nivelle mutinies are gonna make morale all the better. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, if you are just tuning in after that outbreak, welcome everyone. My name's Adam, as always. This is Ludo History, and we are doing a deep dive over the next few weeks into World War I in video games. We're opening incredibly strongly with Ubisoft's Valiant Hearts, which is widely regarded as one of the best games depicting World War I, period. Arguably the best. And you know, it's been living up to it. It is very good. If you have been enjoying this, do make sure, of course, that you hit that follow button and consider talking around in chat. Right? It's more fun when we're all talking in chat, having an interesting conversation. We've been rambling a lot about shinies as tools of delivering historical information, something games dearly love, and not just Valiant Hearts. Uncharted loves its shinies. But also, if you really like this and want to support the channel, consider subscribing to, either with Twitch Prime subs or with regular subs, gifted subs, cheered bits, any of that. All goes a long way to help support the channel. Or you can head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory in order to help support the channel for as little as $2 a month. This whole series of games over the next few weeks is only possible thanks to the support of the patrons, so consider joining them to help make projects like this happen. And now without further ado, back to Valiant Hearts. Anyway, well, Valiant Hearts doesn't have much competition. You're not wrong. Like, you're not wrong. Aww. Doggo wants food. But we're in search of shinies. Let me be clear. We are in the first instance in search of shinies and only in the second instance in search of a way out. See? Instantly. These notebooks provide historians with first-hand accounts of the horrors of war experienced by soldiers. Yep. Something I've noticed, by the way, is... Right, we've been talking a fair bit about... Or, I left off, I should say, right afterward, the... Right before the break, I left off talking about, the tension that at least one instance exists between the, historical aspects of the game, and the... Or the, I guess, educational and the entertainment aspects of the game. And that's a super interesting place to pick up, because of course that does beg the question, you know, if all of the, not even the Ludo and the narrative, right, the narrative and the shiny, right, if the narrative and the shinies are in tension with each other, then does that mean that, you know, we are, or should, privilege the shiny at the expense, oh. That turns a couple of things there. Well, that's interesting. I mean, this is still incorrect, but that's fine. Pivot you one back this way. Right. So I think it's worth considering, you know, what does the narrative side of this whole, you know, shiny narrative tension, do? Well, that ain't it. Oh, I understand. Hey. This needs to go to there, that needs to go to there. These then need to go there, there. There. And there. Now? There's one more piece missing outside. The Ludo and the narrative and the other narrative. True. So yeah, when we've got Ludo and the narrative and the other narrative, right? Should we prioritize the Chinese over the narrative and just like assume that the narrative is being a historical? Transparently, no. Right? The thing of what the narrative is trying to do, which is I think interesting and valuable, is that it basically takes us on a tour of a bunch of scenes of World War I, right? The narrative is thin. It primarily exists to pull together a bunch of these scenes. And the selection process for these scenes is, to me, super duper interesting. Because it is basically, right, a greatest hits, most heartbreaking hits of the First World War. Dear Mr. Dienstall, I've been held in a prisoner of war camp in Iran for almost 3 months now. We are relatively well treated, but I can't wait to get out of here. With your permission, at the end of the war, I would very much like to return to my former position. I still have all my faculties, and even if I may not be as strong as I was, I'd soon be fit enough to work again. Right, so...
Den Knoten auf der Klaus. Ik weigerte Aster dabei.
The selection process appears to be based on, firstly, propaganda narratives about the war of what are the big important battles, right? These massive offensives that have a vast amount of work put into establishing what positive public opinion. And then in the second instance, documentaries, films, novels, and memoirs about the war and about what things are important.
Ik weigerte als dabei.
Right? So you get all this stuff. Right, selecting important resources. And the fact the prisoner is writing to his old boss to secure his future job is something you feel like rarely gets addressed. Right, it doesn't get addressed in the story, right? It's not like we meet a character who is talking, wants to go home. It is German, Kyra. It's just mumbled German. Just like Emile speaks mumbled French, and Freddy technically speaks English. Thank you very much. But yeah, they do actually speak the language. It's just a somewhat garbled form of that language. Yeah.
Den Knoten auf der Klaus.
I mean, it is very hard to understand, right? You have to... You really only hear it super clearly when people are petting dogs. When people are petting dogs, you can hear very clearly what language it is supposed to be. Otherwise, quite difficult. Because they just do kind of do stuff. Okay. There. Have some medicine. Now, give me any of these. Nice. I guess we push all three of them down. All of them down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yoink. At least we hear the dog petting dialogue. Truly the most important bit. Yeah. Right. Emil's dialogue is extremely clear. Freddy's dialogue is, thank you very much. And, Carl, I don't think we've heard speak a significant amount yet. But yeah, right, the scenes that the narrative is selecting seem very much to be based on popular images of the war, propaganda about the war, right? I mean, saying that Von Dorf is anything other but a propaganda Indiana Jones cartoon villain that happens to be visually based on a real German commander, right? You can't pretend that. You can't pretend that he's, like, really a nuanced portrayal of anybody. The man brought a tank inside the fortress for no other reason than to ruin Freddy's day in particular. And brought the propaganda image of the first gas attack, and the bombing of Rheims, and the all of these, the desolation at Ypres, the conditions of the prisoner of war camps and how brutal they're treating each other, while the guards are reveling in the background. All these things, right, are clearly strategically selected, but strategically selected in ways that reflect very particular narratives and very particular sources about the First World War. Well, that almost worked. And by almost, I mean it didn't work at all. I bet if I smack it into this, though. I bet if we smack it into this, though. Then we will go up here. Okay, that just does not work. Okay. But yeah, right? That, of course, obviously has value, but it strikes me that the value of... Don't floor meat. Aww. Floor meat. This is now a Castlevania game, chat. Floor turkey. Yoink.
De volgende school
5-second rule. Uh-huh. So anyway, we're escaping from a prisoner of war camp. Well, we attempted to escape from a prisoner of war camp. Aww. No, Freddy. Look at how dapper Freddy is. There, he has eyes. Look at this man. That man got the drip. And then he got bombed on his wedding day. Yeah, I'd be. Aye. No, that's not enough pets. No, no. See, he says good boy. Okay. Aww. Can't wait to. I miss them by a whisker while I had again. My younger brother's a little sweet. Give me a real boost. Squeeze back in the States, miles away from this nightmare. That kid doesn't act for getting himself into trouble. Hey, chat. Hey, chat, I have good news for you. And by good news, I mean bad news for you. There's a sequel to this game. One of the playable characters. Sure looks like it's Freddy's kid brother. I'm sure there won't be any trauma associated with this. March to building where their stand regiment is stationed. Not alone at least. My funny old French farmer guy, Mill. Doesn't say much, but punched to right his son-in-law's German. How great is that? And that day goes by that I don't dream of you. Frickin' shells nearly did it for me. There's no way I'm giving up so close to my goal. Apparently Burrito's called Von Dorf. I'm gonna get him. Everyone else are just pawns in this game, just like me. Aww. Go. You're alright. See? Yes, yes. Come on. You got a power cell. He's a scientist. Exactly. Right, the reason why the aesthetics are like this is partially, you know, comic aesthetics, right? But also partially, right, a specific style of sketch work. I think most prominently Otto Dix, right? Easily the most prominent reference point here. But more broadly, like, German Expressionism has this really contorted grayscale vibe to it in its sketchwork versus its painting. I think that's what they're specifically trying to emulate, because there's a lot of really powerful sketchwork done in this sort of grayscale thing that they then highlight with accent colors. That's, you know, super cool. Artillery assault was invented during the war in an attempt to break through enemy lines. The first prototypes of armored vehicle appeared shortly after. Generals know that vehicles fitted with wheels were ineffective in a trench environment. Engineers thus worked on prototypes to overcome the problem, and Caterpillar tracks proved to be the perfect solution. And no man's land. Was a zone between the Allied and enemy trenches. The distance was between 50 and 1,500 yards. The zone was watched closely by day, and anyone venturing out would be shot, but night became a theater of espionage when barbed wire and traps were set to protect trenches. Most battle casualties resulted in this zone. As I mentioned, right, there's basically one huge assault every year. The Somme is the Entente's forces in 1916, and it's where you get that classic image of going up and over the trenches and then immediately getting mowed down by machine gun fire. There was a documentary produced about the Battle of the Somme that, you know, fictionalizes some aspects of it, but is the source of that very, very classic image, and, you know, is exceedingly deadly. And look, that's a shiny. Flashlights! Turns out seeing is important. Oh, hey. Is that a bayonet? Broken German bayonet. Yeah, the fact that they're specifying broken really, really, really makes me think that these are based on that these are based on specific archival pieces. Oh, I see. I mean, it is a French game produced in yeah, hang on. Where does it specify that? Yeah. Interesting, yeah. But you know, you're right, that is interesting, because they're not specifying right it's Entente and Central Powers trenches. It's like they're simultaneously flexible and not, right? So an ally trench might be an enemy trench another day. Interesting. Anyway, we have a tank now. Sure, nothing bad will happen. Look at this go. Oh. Look at this go the other direction. Boom. Okay, but like I went out. I went out. There we go. I'm going back this way. No, not that way. This way. Because there was a locker, and you know what lockers mean. Rats on sticks. That was not exactly what I was expecting to pull out of the locker, but you know, I'll take it. Rat on a stick is peak Dishonored cuisine. Wall meat. Exactly. Our need to continue, okay, this just pulls this. But hey, we got our last shiny. German marks. Underway rapid devaluation. German soldiers were poorly paid as their allied enemies, and earned just under 16 marks a month. Whew. That's not a lot of cash. Interestingly, I've heard that there were sometimes, right. Nope, come on. That, I heard sometimes that German colonial soldiers had this situation where they, or not German, sorry, British colonial soldiers in Egypt actually found the work to be relatively good. Or the pay to be relatively good compared to being an Egyptian peasant in the 20th century. Turns out I'm not sure. Okay. We need just a square one, alright. I guess. Sure. Just a diamond. Let's go. So how much is that in pretzels? That's a fanatic. I'd answer that question, but I would assume that there was enough wheat to produce pretzels. And I'm not 100% persuaded that that was the case. So the goal is to put a gun on this so we can blast everything to Smith. Why are we inventing... So? What did... We also need to turn it around.
Get away. Go now. Whoa. Shoot.
I'm going to point out that we... Alright. I'm going to point out that the image suggests that we need to turn it around. Oh well, let's get back in here. Blow it to smithereens. Yep. I'm sure this makes... not quite that much. We're just not murdering them? You're pretending that this isn't killing people. You're pretending that that's not killing people. We're serious? Non-lethal artillery fire. Yep. Non-lethal tank fire. Yeah. Yeah. So tanks are fun and exciting because in 1918 when the tanks start being effective, the main thing that they're good for, let's just run it over, I believe. The big thing that they're like amazing at is, come on, dealing with machine guns, because yeah, it turns out flawless. We're not even we don't even care. Turns out by 1918 the armor was good enough that they could withstand extensive machine gun fire without really finding themselves bothered by it. Oh, heck. We're stuck. Go back. No, stop. But, you know, every military historian I know will say tanks alone aren't enough to win a war. Because, as good as they are, right, a single tank could take out 3, 4, 5 machine gun nests pretty effectively. They can't do a lot against a dozen. Right? And by 1918, so many of the positions are fortified by infantry that there's like, it's excruciatingly difficult, even for tanks, to do it. But what they can do is they can not die to machine guns. It is underrated how important not dying is. Because you can run a tank across no man's land and run your infantry behind it. And then once you've crossed no man's land, you can start taking out the nests using infantry assaults. So combined arms movements in 1918 with American-funded tanks, with French veterans, are what end up being really, really successful, pushing across Alsace-Lorraine to finally break open the front.
May 14th, 1916. Freddy was sent to the Somme, while Emil's regiment...
Of course, if your tank is hit by artillery fire, you just can't get screwed. That's true. But that's why you do artillery fire, right? The 1918 assault, the other part of it that works, of course, is...
holed up in their trenches, the two camps dug
a huge amount of...
the underground war had begun.
Exciting. a huge amount of energy is expended in locating German artillery. And so one estimate I saw suggested 95% of German artillery on the assault point was identified prior to the 1918 attacks. So you're able to bomb the shit out of the artillery using aircraft and your own artillery in order to protect the tanks, who are then protecting the infantry from the machine guns to help cross the most dangerous parts in order to be able to attack highly fortified positions. Like, that's extremely sophisticated combined arms assaults. Anyway, we pet Walt. Oh. But what if there's a shiny over there? Can I at least go look for the shiny? I know it makes me a bad person, but I want it. Vauquois and mine warfare. Underground warfare really developed beneath the hill of Vauquois to the west of Verdun. Each side dug sapping tunnels beneath tunnels to sabotage the enemy positions. Opposing engineers frequently came within feet of each other. With the advent of pneumatic drills and ventilation systems, tunnels could be dug deeper. Naturally, you dug tunnels using high explosives, and so the cumulative use of 500 tons of TNT completely deformed the hill. Unlucky. Every time you see people in mine, you pick up the minigolf episode of Gravity Falls, you know that's valid. But there's wine over there. What if I want a nice red to steal my nerves? Could I at least have just a cup? Just a drop. I'll need it. I'm definitely not an alcoholic, I'm just French. Oh, hello? Yeah, okay. That was not what I was trying to do, but we'll take it. There was not even a shiny over there?
What?
Alright, well, smarter than I am. I would have just walked into the mines. I mean, I would have just walked into them, but you know, since we've got a convenient thing, we're gonna cause a high explosive in a contained space. I don't know, chat, raise your hand if you think anything's gonna go wrong. There's no problems with high explosives in contained spaces, right? 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 See. Nothing bad happened. Haven't given us a raised hand emoji? Well... Look, everyone who raised their hand was wrong. Alright. The vote is rigged. Oh. Well. Bro. Why did you have your bayonet out? Like, come on, dude. Like, there comes a point where I question your planning. If you don't have your bayonet out at all times, are you even warring properly? We use shovels, excuse me? We have upgraded from bayonets to shovels, or in Freddy's case, we don't need no guns. Give me a shiny. Yeah! Listening devices. That's... Yep. That's... Yep.
What?
Stage 1. Stage 1 is I'm just gonna yeet this into the shiny. We're gonna move this way, I'm sure it'll be fine. Perfect. That's what I was hoping that would do.
What? Hey.
Go in there. And now you're gonna pull the lever. Pull the lever, Walt! Beautiful. Now. We're gonna fling this, and then we're gonna grab this, we're gonna grab this, and then I'm gonna decide that it's... We're gonna go all the way this way, and then we're gonna hide. We hid so well. Yeah, there's a shiny there. A telephone cable. Alright. Alright, now we're gonna do those explosions. Yep. That was a lot of explosions. I'm not even gonna lie, that was just a lot of explosives right there. And then we've got the igniter for the TNT, and then we'll set off even more explosives. I'm sure it'll be fine. God. Yeah. Everyone's fine. Don't stand close to it, okay? Yep. Good. No one's standing close to it. 3, 2, 1, goodbye! Kaboom! Walt! I'm glad you're immortal. Yeah, another letter. General Headquarters News Bulletin. Used the daily news bulletin to keep the press and soldiers informed. The bulletin soon became a propaganda tool to control the information fed to both troops and civilians. One thing I love about this game is how much they're showing, right? Games have a hard time showing print material, right? It's just not something that's easily... They either wildly overshow it and misrepresent it and do weird stuff with it, or they just don't show it at all, right? So I think of like the famous Viking Age libraries as an example of the former, and most games as an example of the latter. They do a really good job. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about it being classified. Yeah. You know, that's a good point. It doesn't seem like a news bulletin. You're right. Exploitation de... You're right, that's a secret document about the use of homing pigeons. You're right, I'm not persuaded, now that you pointed out, I'm not totally persuaded that this is a news bulletin. This looks like an internal memo. like, I don't know how else to translate exploitation des pigeons voyageurs. They are German. Don't worry. Deep state pigeons. Ow. Look at that shiny. Look at that quality shiny work. Ooh, I love that. I love that. Throat lozenges. Look at the advertising. Look at that 1910s advertising. Oh. Rip. Well, he's having a great time. Look at that high thrills action right there. I don't have anything I can fling at him. I need something I can fling at him. The canary is quite okay, so it must have succumbed to injuries rather than bad air. True. Sir, drop your knife and I'll use it to cut the rope. Okay? Just... Or we can... Voltex Machina it. Sorry, how do you have a rifle? Yeah, I noticed. Alright, so... You know the part where I'm talking about, where I've talked about how the initial framing really heavily showcases the German side as being the aggressor and being bad? Here's the part where that narrative really starts to shift, right? This is our first time, except for Carl, who doesn't count because he's our protagonist's son. But this is like the first time we really get to show things being different by collaborating with the German soldier, because we're both stuck in the same situation, and really there's nothing making there's not a sustainable ideology. It's just we're in it together. Right? Emil's tired of the war, this guy looks tired of the war, we're both just super desperate and need to work together to make this all happen, right? And that, the anti-side of it, right, the conflict side of it is...
Merci, mon ami. Adieu.
It's secondary. It's secondary, right? And so you get little scenes where we're like paying attention, we're helping each other, because no one wants to die in this place. And this is the point where I think the anti-officer framing of it, right, the idea of we have the soldiers who are just mud-stained and tired of it all and are not really actively outside of when they have to engaging with each other, versus the officers who are not that, have their swords out and will happily threaten us into doing dumbass charges. Right, I think that's where a lot of this starts to become the dominant narrative of the game. that's fine. Like, I'm not offended by that. Yes, we are missing the I want it. Vault. Aw. We tried, Vault. We tried. Ooh. Wine. Thank you. That bottle's for me. The next bottle's for someone else. British ID tag from 1915. The definite class that I play, which I think has a big influence on British historical memory. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Right. Of officers, and right, it is nobility versus not, versus enlisted, but I think it's also officers versus working class. As like two interrelated issues. Where does that even go? That goes up. It goes up like all the way, right? Where does that go? Doesn't go up there. That does not lead into the German tunnel, which is good, I think. But I'm sure where it does go. I think your critique of this game and its equivalent really feel like it's oversimplistic to go for soldiers, tired officers bad. The meal is burnt out now, but no one was gung-ho in the first place, not even Freddy. Exactly. I agree.
What?
Get a second bottle. No. Aw. Yeah. Exactly. I don't think it's for nothing that British image of World War I is shaped by junior officers critiquing senior officers, essentially upper and upper middle class toffs, appearing to be sympathetic to the working class soldier, but mainly grunting about fellow upper and upper class men who happen to be more senior. I think that's a very good shout. I think one that is genuinely, like, really significant for the sort of, yeah, I guess it is like a poshness to you. Either have, right, the extreme example of like the All Quiet of the Western Front inspired narrative, where it is truly just some guys, right, where the dominant narrative is fully just some dudes being sad in a trench together. Didn't even flinch. And the alternative of the more blackaddery, you know. Yes, here is all of our officers complaining about each other and making Field Marshal Haig in particular look real bad. Yeah. It is interesting. Can I yeet this into this? Is that what the solution here is? Yes, it is. Neat. Okay. Walt, now you're gonna sneak through. Where'd my dog go? Dog? Come over here. Where did you go? Come on. Yeah, It's interesting. There's just a lot of stories about World War One, right? Yep, definitely a German dog. Yep, Yep. Definitely working for the German army. Yep. Don't mind me. Uh-huh. Beautiful. I mean, he is a German dog. He is a Doberman. And he did start in the German army. He just defected. He's a traitor to the cause. And a good boy. Like, can you be mad at that face? Shiny. Yeah, we got another star. A trench lantern. He's got mittens on his collar and everything. Exactly, the most German dog. Yep. He was bribed by our head pats. He sure was. He's just everybody's good boy. Oh yeah, also we're gonna use high explosives on this entire tunnel. Y'all just standing there talking idly, I hope you're prepared because... Yeah.
French officers were proud of the heavy losses inflicted on the enemy. Emile, full of anger, refused to be decorated for what he considered to be a cowardly act.
Oh,
Emile and
that's...
Freddie were, however, happy to have saved Anna's father from Baron von Dorf's clutches. His scientific research could no longer be used to make weapons of war.
Not quite. His
Good
scientific
news
research
being few and
can
far
now be
between,
used to
they
make
wanted
weapons
to
of
savor
war
this
for the
moment.
Entente. Let's be very clear on that.
Had frightening news. Carl had been killed while trying to escape the POW camp.
No.
Upon hearing of his death, Emile became sickened with grief.
Yeah. The gut punches come fast and furious, yep. So not only we made a friend, then we blew the friend to smithereens, and then... Is there a shiny in here? No? Fine, we're gonna get down. Hide from soldiers? No. Find shiny? Yes. You understand my logic perfectly. See? Look at those shinies. You didn't think I was going to leave those shinies. Tent canvas was a soldier's refuge. Often soldiers did not mount their tents but rolled themselves up in them to stay dry. Extra clothing would have only slowed soldiers' movements, putting them in danger. He just doesn't have a good time. Emile just straight up does not have a good time for this whole thing. Well, that's fair. I easily could see the guy. Was there a lot of prisoner exchanges in World War I? I believe so, yes. Go, 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 go. I know that I'm gonna be fast enough here. We were fast enough there. I don't know for 100% sure. I don't have any numbers for you to be sure. But generally speaking, I am of the impression that yes, there was quite a lot of prisoner exchanges. Well, did I just miss a shiny there for my trouble? No, hold on. Hold on. No, 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 no. You must understand that's unacceptable. Fine. That's gotta be doable. That looks so doable. Fine. It's super not doable. No shinies for me. Tragic. Ooh, hello. Apples? Take two this time with feeling. The war started when Gavrilo Princip threw an apple barn to the parent into the crowd. True. Oh hey look, a shiny. Army internal correspondence. This at least looks like it should be. Special card the soldiers were allowed to send each other. Brothers could thus correspond with each other even if they weren't stationed together. If one or several family members died, demobilization was not an option. There doesn't really seem to be a big narrative of negotiations. Yeah, that's not because there isn't negotiations, but that's like something that modern, like, understandings of the war just, like, don't talk about. Because on a high level, right, while there were individual negotiations, diplomats going back and forth basically constantly, it didn't ever really convert into, you know, getting, ending the war, because fundamentally they all had made promises that there was no way around, right, different groups have made promises to different people. Sorry. Be less French. I need a bottle of wine. Sorry, it blew out. Yep. Definitely blew out. That's it. Yep. Yep. Just a scarecrow. Nothing to see here. Yeah! The magazine London Opinion encouraged British civilians to enlist. This features the famous poster of Lord Kitchener, the Defense Secretary, exhorting Britons to enlist. Yeah. Though certain promises were more breakable than others. Oh, true. Most of Sykes-Picot. Yeah. Yeah. But, right, fundamentally, neither side was particularly willing to say, hey, we was particularly willing to say, I don't trust that. I trust that much more. We're sheep. We have become sheep. Yep. Yep. Don't search the sheep. The sheep are fine. Yep. Totally fine. Are we pulling a nobody? We're not pulling a nobody. One sheep and a dream. They're so cute. And chunky. Anyway. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Those are flares. God, there's so many of them. Can I hide behind that? Nope. There's so many of them. There's a shiny there. Don't think I don't see that shiny. Honestly. Imagine thinking I was gonna miss a shiny. Sheep battalion assemble? True. Anyway, suspenders. Let's just run again. And hide? No? No, we just escaped. Okay. It's so tense. And by escaped, I mean they're running faster than we are. Swap those out. Yep. Yep. This is fine. Everything's fine. Everything is
September 15th, 1916.
fine.
The bloody Battle of the Somme still raged on.
Yep.
206,000 British soldiers would lose their lives there. Freddy was commissioned to drive the newest weapon of war. A major progress in a conflict that was literally
God,
stuck
I
in mud.
love how they're doing writing on
But
all of
Baron
these
von
scenes.
Dorf was also counting on this battle to shine in front of his superiors.
Now. But our showdown with Baron von Dorf and our glorious tank battle, I think is a thing for after our ad break. We're gonna take another ad break now, cause we need them. I'll leave you with this intense music, and let these British soldiers stand still in the mud. I think that seems important, right? So, if you've been enjoying this so far, of course, do make sure you hit that follow button. We'll be back to keep talking about it, World War One, and this game's portrayal of it in just a couple of minutes. So, do not go anywhere, but we're gonna take about 3 minutes to stand up, stretch, get more fluids, all of that stuff. So, we'll be back very soon. Well, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that ad break. Once again, if you are just tuning in, welcome to Little History. Welcome to Valiant Hearts. We are exploring World War I, and we just reached the Battle of the Somme. In a glorious tank battle between Freddy and his arch nemesis, the Baron von Dorf. It's a big deal. This is, I mean, the iconic battle of the First World War, matched only by the assault on Flanders in 1917. So, you know, a big deal. Speaking of the Somme, you kind of find it interesting that the effect the battle has on the land is so iconic that whenever you drive down a road that is particularly bad, like hasn't been touched in 25 years bad, it's described as like the Somme. That's a super interesting, that's a super interesting quirk of, you know, the fact that the entire landscape gets blasted to smithereens, despite it not being unusually muddy. Right, being absolutely obliterated, and most of the trees leveled into grey waste. In a thick forest, right? The Somme takes place in a thick forest in Picardy. So it's messy, right? Wildly messy. But I think it's worth spending a little bit of time giving the very brief overview. As I've alluded to, the battle is supposed to be part of a joint Entente offensive. So basically, by 1916, the Entente governments were treating the Germany's advantage as being not one of manpower, but primarily one of infrastructure. They had what that was called an internal line, i.e. railroads that connected all of Germany and Austria-Hungary, while the Entente had to rely on ships, which moved much slower. So they were Germany and Austria-Hungary had the ability to ship reserves wherever they needed to, within a matter of days or a low number of weeks, while British forces getting to Gallipoli was like a week-long journey. It's a big deal, and so they try and coordinate an attack in 1916 to lock up all of Germany's reserves so that and hope that in one spot they're going to punch through. The British forces get a bit disjointed because the Battle of Verdun delays the Western Front offenses, and choose to attack in Picardy at the Battle of the Somme. British propaganda initially claimed that the battle was a rousing success, with Germans being killed or surrendering in the thousands, making it seem like the victory was assured. They neglected to mention all the English soldiers that were dying. 206,000 of them, and in the end the front doesn't move at all. Or at least not any significant distance, right? It's described as thousands of bodies for hundreds of yards. And it's like, whoa, that's not good progress. Right? A good progress is advancing a front of 30 miles a day. It moved a number bare measured in yards in weeks. And so that's bad. Whether or not it's a victory or not, is to some extent debated, but I think these days in popular opinion, it's typically regarded as a catastrophic British tactical failure. Zeus the Almighty, did any fighting in World War I occur outside of Europe? Absolutely yes. There's heavy fighting in the Middle East, right, or what is we now call the Middle East. In Ottoman and Russian forces in Persia have quite a lot of warfare, and British forces from India. They all end up meeting in Persia, who is ostensibly neutral, and does not love that they are the staging ground for this. Ottoman and British forces in Egypt fight extensively, and thanks to British intelligence forces and quite famously people like T.E. Lawrence, right, the Arabian Peninsula in 1918 basically declares independence from the Ottoman Empire, and there's insurrection fighting throughout the year into the 1920s. In East Africa, there is an enormous campaign that works through what is now Somalia, Rwanda, Uganda, of French and English forces doing a massive campaign against the German colony there. South African forces get recruited for that fight as well. There are also ongoing colonial wars in the late 19-teens and 1920s in Morocco, in what's now Libya, in the Sudan. Darfur is actually still a hotbed of, has been a hotbed of conflict for over a century. Thanks in a large part to colonial powers that continued fighting in World War I. Russian Turkestan and British Malaysia also staged rebellions? Absolutely yes. So, yeah, there's one battle that takes place off the coast of Chile that's a naval battle, and obviously, right, naval battles extend much farther. While a lot takes place in the North Sea or the Eastern Atlantic, there's also a lot that occur all around the world. Yeah, German colonies in China and the Pacific were taken over by Japanese and Australians in 1914. Absolutely. The German colonial situation, right? Germany really, quote-unquote, lost in the fight for colonies. Like, France and Britain had way more and way more influential colonies than Britain did, or than Germany did. I can words good. I know who did what. So yeah, the German West African colonies get obliterated in 1914. The German forces in the Pacific get routed in 1914 and get sunk as Enclave Macrostate, just helpfully informed, past South America and got sunk off the Falkland Islands. One of our guests in a couple of weeks, Stefan Quiroga, just visited a museum in Chile that specifically references that battle as, the one battle that takes place close to Chile in World War I. Which is, very understandable and very fun. Yeah, I know. So there's fighting all over the place. The bulk of it, I'd say, right, really, we've got the European fronts, right, all three of them, and then we've got the fronts on the borders of the Ottoman Empire, and then we have the African colonies fighting. And by 1916, where the game is currently at, that's pretty much where all the fighting happens, right? So that still is covering, significant parts of 3 continents. So definitely it's not just a European war. There weren't just Europeans on the European fronts, and there weren't just white people fighting around all over the world. Yeah. But I was also reading, right, the Americans were also still trying to build up their navy. We're trying to build like a balanced navy, like that centered around big flagships and I guess not yet aircraft carriers, but what will be aircraft carriers. And they had to just give up to build anti-subcruisers in 1917. And apparently the Department of War was very upset about that, as was the Navy. Go figure. Turns out cruisers alone do not a great Navy make. Anyway, that's enough rambling. Introduction to the Somme. And as the game said, over 200,000 British soldiers die in the Somme for effectively zero progress. So this is going to go very badly for us, and this very intense music, I think, informs us that it's going to go very badly for us. So let's get back into it and see, on your note about war music, note the minor horns. Yeah, this is war music. Like, the fucking can is not war music. I love the choice to not have just war music, but this is war music. This is what you wanted, right? This is what cinema has trained us to think of as appropriate appropriate music for a battlefield. So let's see how badly this goes. Oh, good. The British initiated the Battle of the Somme in the aim of drawing the Germans out of Verdun to attempt a decisive push. For the first time on November 15th, 1916, assault tanks were used in combat. Of the fleet of 49 Mark I tanks, only 18 were operational and only 5 were ultimately used. Late November 1916, the Battle of the Somme came to the end. All in all, 650,000 Germans, 420,000 British, and 195,000 French troops lost their lives. Yeah, that's bad. That's what we call bad. The Mark I. Tanks gained their name from the British subterfuge to conceal their real purpose from espionage. Official documents in this book of device for transporting water to Russian troops. The first models to roll out, they imaginally named Mark I, had a huge psychological impact, and tanks would reach their destination to find trenches deserted. Germans soon learned to cope with shortcomings, the vehicles were unreliable, and the interior conditions were horrific. Those numbers are wrong. That's killed, wounded, and captured. It's like 200,000 dead, right? And 200,000 British dead and another 200,000 captured. Yeah. So, you know, rare L for the writers, and the 1418 Centenaire group. But yeah. By the way, for the record, the Somme... The Somme starts in July. The Battle of the Somme starts on July 1st. And it's still going in September when the 5 tanks roll out. So this is bad. Oh hey, combined arms assault. Oh, those are bombers. We're good. Dang it. God, I mean, this is... Yep, that's a bomber. Fuck. Got him. Yep. 100%. Yep, Mark 1s. Mark 1s are 100% definitively... Uh-huh. Are we just gonna roll into the... Rolls. I seem to only have 2 infantry left, though. Because we just kind of rolled into the mud. Those are bombers again. God dang it. Let's get ready to be anti-air. I guess. Nailed it. I guess we are now anti-air. Uh-huh. That's a machine gun nest and some artillery fire. Dang it. We were doing so good, too. Oh. I was gonna grab the shiny. Come on. Worth. It's a boy, stop, Ryan, stop, mother and son, okay, stop, miss you, stop. Aw. Still worth. Let's start there. And then we'll go over here. But one of the most common anti-aircraft runs in the British service was the pom-pom. Because it goes pom-pom-pom-pom-pom-pom. A fantastic name. Also, our tank did not last very long. I'm just saying. I'm just saying that our tank really did not last very long because direct artillery hits, bad for us. Alright, let's try again. Sirs, stay behind the tank if you're going to try and use it as shelter. Like, goddamn. Another bomber? God. Okay, are we officially an ace now? I mean, that's 5. 6. Does that make us an ace? Does that make us an ace pilot if we've taken out 6 enemy aircraft? The drama. The kaboom. Yeah! Man, we're so cool. Look at us go. Look at us go.
After too many missteps and too many battles lost, Baron von Dorf was demoted and moved far from the front lines.
That was a German tank that entered service in like 1918. Yeah.
Worse than death.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, the German High Command experiences wild amounts of turnover because they just can't commit to someone.
1917. Emil, still bedridden, beseeched Anna to travel to San Miguel.
But it's iconic Enclave Microstate.
And share the sad news of Karl's death. Anna set off immediately.
Just winning the war, these guns, right? Those Freddy's guns. Oh wow, you got the propaganda movie thing? No, yeah. Yeah. It's... No. You know, we could have just taken off... I'm just saying, we could have... Well, it's iconic. You gotta have a badass tank battle. It's got propaganda. It's got narrative oomph. Who cares about the fact that Mark 1s weren't being used then? And that was not the right... But this is not the right battle, not the right time. But also it's another great example, right, of the edutainment, right, the entertaining value and the plot of the game and the venturesome drama of Freddy's tragic backstory conflicting with the historical accuracy and trying to give a sense of fun and a sense of progress and a sense of drama to a war that is decidedly popularized by having none of those things. There's no drama on getting sniped by SMG fire from 3 miles or from 1,500 yards away. Right? There's no oomph. There's a lot of tragedy, but no individuated drama to 50,000 people trying to run across 6,000 yards of no man's land and getting mowed down by machine gun fire. There's a lot of individual drama on us getting to be the most American and punch the shit out of the bad guy. But also, winter. Try and keep the feet dry. The nude. Feral dogs? Are you just gonna hang out here? You just gonna hang out? Okay. Yep. Don't turn around. Thank you, the police. Oh. Well, that almost worked. But yeah, everyone's not having, like, no one's having a good time right now. 30 to 50 feral dogs. Yeah. Yup. Oh boy. Hey. Go, go, go. Just zoom. I bet there's a shiny over here. Oh no, they just disappeared. Okay. Fetch instinct too strong. There's no shinies here? Really? Not a single shiny. Oh good, they did nothing, and now they're okay. They did nothing and now they've left. Oh dear.
Merci beaucoup.
No.
Allez.
You good dog, no.
Non.
Shinies? Shinies? No? No? Don't worry, we're on a different 2D play. Shinies? No? No. Hi, horse. Yep. Luckily, we're on the wrong 2D play. Therefore, we're fine. So anyway, I did want to mention something about, you know, officers in the Great War did not tend to stay in officer positions for very long.
Exhausted, starving, Carl realized he'd never reach Samuel. His strength fading, destiny still had one more surprise in store.
Yeah!
They were only about 20 miles from Samuel when their hopes were again dashed.
No. The car broke. Damn car. Just stick it in the fireplace. Right? Look. These... I'm just gonna be honest. These French police don't seem very observant. So I think you could probably just stick it in a fireplace and you'd be fine. Yes, yes, yes. We need to become police. But... Bonjour. I am... Fine. Don't waste the wool, or I'd make it at the scenes and use it for scraps. Yeah, that's better. We are in strict rationing right now. We do gotta be careful about that. Will the French military police be turned the police? I have no idea. I'm going to say yes until proven. Oh. Poi. Sorry, I missed the I in there, and so I missed the pun. The police. 34 kilometers from Saint-Mihiel. You must be either a police or a soldier. Hey, Val. Dig, dig, dig. Dig, dig, dig. Yeah. That's what we call a good shiny right there. A French Odin cap. Also operating as military release. Now that make sure soldiers respect military law and behave themselves at the front. So I'm afraid we shall have to freely change between being civilian, a cop, and a soldier. Oh. Yes, yes, yes. I know that. I just need to not be dumb. Shh. We're sneaky. What? Why did you...
What?
We're not playing a Hitman game. Just for the record. We're playing a Hitman game. And a Hitman game says I want shinies. Attack a brand. See, that's how you know they're bad guys. They don't like Walt. True. That's what we call facts. So, is there anything else we can do while we are a cop? Before I turn into a soldier?
Hey, that was a small.
There sure is. That's what we call a shiny right there. French emergency banknote. The French National Bank struggled to produce enough coins, so emergency money was produced. Local authorities were permitted to drop their own banknotes with their own... That sounds like hyperinflation right there. That's like a textbook recipe to have currency worth negative money. Let me create the 1 million mark note. Every authority in the country has the power to just... just make more money. Exactly. Just make more money. Well, what if? But what? Your city's money has a little pigeon on it. Well, that's delightful. I wonder how this is supposed to work, because I can turn into a soldier, I can go over there, I can open that. That looks like it's just a shortcut. Like, what does that ladder do for me? Especially now that these guys are gone. Oh, I need to be police to go through this side. Right, so turning soldier here doesn't... And then just for safety, we're gonna run that all the way over to that side. There we go. Back side is a threat against the next village. True. Fantastic choices on both counts. Oh, monsieur. What do you mean I'm not allowed to have wine? I am French. Jerk. No fun allowed.
امشوا لبنار.
See? He wants wine. Are you going to tell an officer no?
Più, ma va al buono.
Honestly. Let's try this again. This time with feeling. We can go down here, we can go down here. But the dog we need to... No.
Guter Hund. Du bist ein guter.
Let's try this again. What a good puppy. He's the cutest. Okay, now are you all done? Yes? Good. He is a good dog. He's such a good... Exactly. Wait. We need... Is there a shiny in here? I bet there's a shiny here. Called it. Oh, interesting. A postcard. I don't love the framing of it as a luscious woman, I'll be honest, but, you know, that's fine, I guess. Was this just for the sake of the shiny? That may have been just for the... Ah, of course. We have become... Truly, Walt is the goodest of boys? It's a fact. It's a fact the likes of which have never been disputed. Ignore the wine stains. Yep. We just need this for reasons. Yep. Ignore the officer carrying the wheel. This is fine. We are fine. Okay, bye. Our car broke down. Yep. Uh-oh. Is this another car section? You know it is. What's the music? Dance party. Why do we have dynamite now? Is this part of the Bumblebee? Yes. Do... It is the silliest tank, right? Ow. God, the fact that freaking Rimsky-Korsakov is just so fun. Alright, now we've changed again. I know this piece. I'm terrible with the names of pieces. Also, this is 100% getting everyone involved executed, right? Right? We are kind of, I mean, Carl was already getting executed, but now Anna's getting executed for attempting to, you know, dynamite a senior officer. Carl's getting double executed for impersonating a senior officer, and the officer, I think, getting executed for, you know, blatant waste of resources, and also, letting himself get impersonated. He's at least getting demoted. Also just, you know, blatant waste of resources. Seriously? Jerk. Having barrels. Like, who has infinite barrels in their tank? Like, what the heck? Just what the heck? Okay, I know this song. Heck. This is gonna bug me now. I need to look up what the soundtrack is for this. Oh, heck. Ow. Does it help that she's French and not Belgian? I don't know. Is this part of Night on Bald Mountain? Yeah, it is. You're absolutely correct, it is. On Mars? Yeah, no. Yeah, Holst. But I should have realized it was Holst with the big, dramatic brass chords. That makes so much sense. Ow. Ow. Oh well. Hey, get blown up. Please. It is Night on Bald Mountain? It's one of those. Whatever. I'm sure they have a soundtrack list somewhere. The point is they're all bangers. The point is, I'm bad at remembering classical music, and the other point is that they are all bangers and I love it dearly. Albania, Germany, still in president. Yeah, yeah. Everyone, no one comes out of this looking good. Let's just leave it at that. Literally, no one comes out of this looking or feeling good.
Their euphoria was short-lived.
That's a German machine gun
By
nest.
German troops who still held San Miguel. Carl and Anna were led to the officers' quarters for interrogation. Karl was sent back to fight for the Germans, while Anna was sent to the infirmary to care for soldiers. On April 8th, the French forces launched an assault on Saint-Mihiel, an opportunity that Karl would not let slip by.
Wait, we're still wearing our French officer's uniform? That's hilarious.
Formidable.
Nein, das klingt.
Okay. Oh hey, we're revisiting the opening area of the... We're revisiting the opening area of the game. Saint-Mihiel. Stood on the railway line between Paris and Nancy. The apparent Allies made several unsuccessful... The fact that they're calling the Allies instead of the Entente, I mean, yes, that means alliance, but still. It's an interesting translation choice given that scholarly, like, standard scholarly lingo is to specify it's the Triple Entente rather than just the Allies. Because the Allies are, you know, World War II, and we don't want to get the two mixed up. Yeah. Actually, no. Really, every scholarship I've been reading recently is saying, like, specifying Triple Entente versus Allies supplanted Entente pretty fast in World War I. Interesting. No, it's the Central Powers that's the Austria-Hungary, Ottoman Empire, and Germany. Aww. Italy is Allied force. Italy is on the side of the Triple Entente. Sure, Entente to distinguish the Allies of World War I from the Allies of World War II isn't unusual, but the Allies is a contemporary term. That's fair. Given that this is a 2014 game, I would love if they distinguished the two, because I think, right, even though they're both contemporary, my sense is a lot of people use the fact that they have the same name to imply, at least in the US, right? In the US, the sense I get, at least from, you know, a high school level curriculum, is that the fact that it's allies in World War I and allies in World War II is used to create an ideological elision between the two. That's super not comfortable. Fine. Okay, but I want Chinese. Like, I hear you. But... Fine. Hello?
An der Krummstörung Lumpen anfrotzen.
Alright, we're gonna go back to our normal outfit. We got the hat. Can we keep the hat? Please? Please? You won't mind if I keep the pickle, if I don't have a pickle halva, right? Right? Oh.
Alter Fritte!
Hey, werk was ran!
Hep runter nur!
Hey, Sworbelebelack!
Aww. Hang on. Walt. It's not pure coincidence that a lot of the Axis were states that felt jilted at Versailles. That is true and reasonable. Because, you know, there were a lot of people jilted. Oh. Are you going to help tell me what the code is, or are you just gonna... Ring? What do you mean? Think. What do you think a wheel does, Carl?
Du bist ein guter.
Aww. That was not what I was intending to do, but I appreciate it. Hey.
So, what? What?
Aw, he's such a good boy.
Hey! Ja, brav.
Hello? Hello?
갑니다.
Need access to the other room. God dang it. I know what I need. No. Well. Well. I need 2 apples.
Guter Hund.
갑니다.
What? What's wrong?
Nothing. I need nothing. Ignore the dog.
Gut gemacht. Du bist ein guter.
Aw. Du bist ein guter.
Guter Hund. Gut gemacht.
You look so happy about being back in the... So we need to run the flag up, and then... Fine. These that way. It is iconic. I don't... We're in 1917 now. I don't know that we actually still have the spikes. I'm just saying. Yep, we're just gonna raise the flag. I'm sure no one will be confused about this. Carl just likes posing. You'd be happy to give him the spiky helmet? Not particularly. Like, my hot take is that the spicy helmet is meh. Eight, 1, 5. What a goofy way of doing this puzzle. That made once 1870. The Imperial German. Alright. 815, I guess. Isn't that what I... Honestly, the spike helmet is nearly as bad as a short film we watched in class once where the guy said he got cigarettes off some Nazis in a World War I. Said it. I mean, when I talk about how World War I and World War II get confused, yeah, that's that. A broken French-German bayonet, or German-French bayonet. Yay! So that means there's shinies all around here that I've not been paying attention. Nah! No, I don't want to get exploded. I was going for shinies. Like that one. Trust me guys, I have the perfect idea how to hide the password for the safe. Like, this wasn't even a safe, it was just a supply, it was like backpack. Oh. Well, that's chlorine. Ah, I'm coming. Oh. That's what. Huh. Ow. Yep. God, you are threading the needle there. He didn't thread the needle that time. No. No. Gave his life to save Vault? True. Okay, but what if there are shinies instead? What's that? Does the presence of shinies make me act like an unfeeling crazy person? Absolutely. I'm about to stop looking for shinies? Absolutely not. Mind if I hide behind you for a moment? No? Okay. Yep, I need to turn that off first so I can get a gas mask so we can go through the things. Alright, well, I'm sure the gas in the tunnels will not cause any issues whatsoever. Oh, that's a shiny. A hip flask.
Hey! What? Nagi what?
Okay. Physics, no.
Hey, what?
Yeah, that was a physics, alright. The guy Carl was talking to is part of a little side story giving Walt's backstory? Yes. He is the guy that we originally got Walt from. Is there something else I can pick up that I can hook to it in the other room? I didn't see anything. Didn't see anything over here. Guess maybe there's something upstairs? There is nothing up here. That is all gas. It's a miracle we're not dead.
Hey! Yeah! Hey, what? What?
Literally just punch it more. Really? Just punch it more. Does the doggo have a horrifying gas mask? Yes, he does. Does the gas mask work if there's a hole for the tongue to it? I'm just gonna ask. Does the gas mask work if there's a hole in it for a dog to go? No. Waltz does. True, because Walt's the goodest boy. Well, let's go. I guess. Back down here? Don't know where else I could go. I guess into here. Yeah. And then just disappear. Right? Just leave. You can just leave. Oh, what a good boy. And I mean, I wholeheartedly approve.
While Carl was about to finally make it back home, Freddy was joining the Canadian troops stationed at Vimy.
His name is Fritz and he's a dog food mix.
In the sky, George, a British aviator from the Royal Air Force, was spotting the German positions for artillery support. On this day, Canadian troops led the charge.
Yeah. Canadian troops at Vimy. This goes badly. Just a heads up, folks. If you haven't realized the tradition yet, this goes badly. Cause you're telling us to charge seriously. You're gonna tell us to charge into machine gun fire again? Again? George? George, mind helping us? Yeah, there you go, George. George, we could use some help. I want to stand behind this guy. George, we could use some help. Thank you. Wow. Frankly, the fact that either of us made it through that is impressive. I don't have intel on what the number is. George? Yeah. You able to give us some intel, bud? Sasquatch from Saskatchewan? True. Another shiny. A Canadian helmet. A Brody helmet! Was worn by all British Empire forces, whether British, Canadian, or Australian. Even the American Army initially used it when they first joined the war. Dishpin hat, tin pan hat, wash basin, battle bowler. Salad yourself. Anyway, Vimy Ridge is a 5-mile long strategic position commanding the surrounding plains. On April 9, 1917, 100,000 Canadians launched an attack on the ridge to seize it back. In 1922, France ran out of Canada permanent use of the hill to commemorate their war dead, and 11,000 trees were planted to commemorate the 11,000 soldiers without known graves. The hill subsequently became a symbol of Canada's national unity and its coming of age as an independent nation. So we've got one at 65 and one at like 15. 65 and 15, chat. Oh, that's just exploding. Let's aim this. Let's actually aim this thing, huh? 65? And 15. That was a miss. A little bit farther? Apparently not. A little bit farther. Yeah, there we go. 10. Let's go. Another foolish charge. Straight across to the... Come on, don't rely on my guns to take out of this whole... if you're gonna run straight into artillery fire, I'm gonna be real... or machine gun fire. Gonna be real mad. Go, go, go. That's a big fight. No, that's a... And we're down. Nice, we got into German artillery position. Alright, Enclave Microstate, have a good rest of your day. We'll be doing just World War I stuff the next few weeks, so, you know, come hang out if you got chance and time zones line up. It's 1:44. Hey, oh, you're over there these days. Okay. Stefan is going to be on the UK friendly time for obvious reasons. So when we're doing Battlefield 1 and Valiant Hearts 2, those are both going to be UK or Euro friendly times. Well. God, I love aesthetically, right? And we've been talking a bit about, you know, some of the tensions in this game. But one of the big values, one of the things I think the game does incredibly successfully, is really communicating the the visuals of the war in like a stupid compelling way. Like, this is just a fantastic shot. And it gets stronger, right? Oh, you're just gonna use that way. Indeed. Right, the artwork that they're doing on, like, bodies and the, like, really small work that they're doing is just fantastic.
Let's go, boys.
Let's go, boys. You gonna give me a hint on where the hell we're spotting to? You gave me a hint on where the hell we're spotting to? I can't see shit.
Let's go, boys.
I know, but where the hell am I aiming? Fine, we're just gonna...
Northwest. West.
Just west. Alright. Nailed it. But yeah, this assault, for all of its power, right, as all this imagery, also fails. We're crossing again. No, don't hop in the tank and leave me alone. No. Damn it. That's my tank. Unless, of course, you're gonna get hit. If you're gonna get hit by artillery fire while going over there, then I don't care. Yep. Bye. Idiot didn't use his gun first. Ow. Why did it just kind of auto-pan? That's not cool. Alright, here we go again. Back over the top. Now, wait, I survived that? Alright. I don't survive this. Yeah. I needed to commit to that farther. I punched a man's medals off for that. Exactly, Terralingua. I deserve it. I have done a lot of work to deserve that tank. Not for this guy to do a dumb thing like that. Alright, where's this machine gun fire coming? Go, 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 go. Ow! What? I disagree. Alright, once more into the breach. God. I mean... It's hard to focus and say anything coherent, but right, as a motive experience, right, and as an aesthetic that is designed to pull up a bit of expressionism, a bit of the sense of, you know, what level of drama is involved here. And the desperation of this crossing. Like, these late game set pieces are incredible. Oh yeah, let me in. Yep, armored grain vehicle. Get off this 2D plane. We can't push up the further. No. Why would I? Why would I? Wait. Hey, I punched him. I punched him first. There we go. I did maybe a little bit forget that that guy was, maybe slightly forget that that guy was not a friendly soldier. But officer survived? I know, right? I'm as amazed as anyone else is. I can't move this. Pretty much just keep firing it. Against this... like one... It's like I can't punch my way through these. Doesn't like that. They're sandbags. And those are rifle grenades. Right, those are grenade rifles. Uh-huh. 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 Like, I'm not able to go back. Your computer is low battery. Well, that's... yeah. You'll try and catch the end of it? And hopefully there isn't too much left, right? There we go. We're just kind of slowly calibrating in, I guess. That's fine. Alright. Let's grab the last thing. Yeah, there's this... There's only a couple left. Relief models of hills were made so soldiers could visualize their objectives. And, into the sunlight as we climb. And the two giant pillars of smoke. Also known as, the shape of the modern memorial at Vimy.
After so many failures and sacrifices, the Canadians finally managed to take the hill back from the Germans. The United States' entry into the war grew more certain by the week.
Yep.
The last letter from Freddie's younger brother
Aw.
confirmed his country's newfound eagerness to join the fight.
It would take until 1918 before there was anyone combat ready.
Carl was within a few hundred yards of Emil's farm when the rumbling of the French air patrols began thundering through the April sky.
One last Carl section and one last Emil section. Well, we can hide in here. We can make our way through. Yep. I hear you that there's something up here, but at the same time, I would like to observe that there is something. Oh, there is a shiny somewhere? Are you barking at the shiny? Are you barking at, like, the objective? Or are you just barking? You're barking at the objective. Get up here, buddy. Ah. Okay. I got a little bit wrecked. The rural world during war. With most able-bodied men at the one front, farm production still had to continue to feed the population. Women, the elderly, and children were set to work on farms. The requisitioning of horses made tilling the land even harder. Prisoners of war were also used to help the war effort. Like, all of that helps explain why there are, you know, terrible harvests. Because, yeah, there are, you know, a bunch of chemical fertilizer is out the window. Lots of other, lots of horses were being used for cavalry or transport because, you know, turns out you can't necessarily use automobiles to get all the way to the front because there aren't roads good enough. You need roads in order to have automobiles function, and that's a problem. Right? And when everything is being requisitioned like that, you end up in a pretty... You can end up in quite a dire spot. Okay, well. Where'd that go? How'd that work? I can't see. There is a thing up here, but I don't have a thing to throw at it. I have a gun. I would like to point out that I do own a gun that I presumably have ammunition for, and so could easily use Thank you, dog. Puppy. And then I can go up. I can bust open this window, which will clear out all this. Again, I still have a gun. That's fine. We can use a tin can instead. I guess that's fine. I love how evocative. Nice catch. But I didn't realize that all was explosive. I'm sorry, I hear you, but there's shinies. I'm almost certain of it. I hear you, my family, but there are shinies. Yes, this makes me a bad person. That should drop that, right? That'll raise that back up. So if we just fling this into the fog, wonder what I pick up. Nothing. But what if I go this way, and I go this way, then I go this way, and then I go this way? Do I pick anything out of the fog? No. Tragic. Alright. Okay then, let's go this way and see what else we can do. Bombs. And poison. And bricks? This part where I can brick our way out? Or can brick at least into more visibility? I would love to break into more visibility. I would love more visibility. Just a little bit more.
Hey, like you want.
There we go.
What? Hey, what? What? Hey.
Do I need to, like, break a window or something first? there a window that I can break? There is a window I can break. That'll help. Firstly, grab that. An oil lamp. I love all the little stuff, right? It's not something you see in that much detail, even in World War I exhibitions, to have this many ephemera and artifacts put together. Like, that is a bit unusual, and I do love it. Especially since it's all, like, weird stuff, like coffee beans. Well, I'm not sure that was helpful, but it was exciting. What else can I do? I feel like there's something else I should be able to pick up from that. Is there another place I can throw to break a window?
Hey, what?
I don't see. Oh, wait.
Hey, auf geht's.
If I do this, that creates that again. And then we can do this again, and now I'm upstairs. I'm smart, I know what I'm doing. Gets us out here. You go up. Wall goes in. And then... and now we're good. Hopefully. Give me something to work with here, game. Game. Literally anything. I don't even have a window I can break. Oh. Well, alright, a ladder I can break works, I guess. A pipe. And we got all the shinies. All the shinies have been gotten, which does make me a bad person, I think. Wow, this building is not pulling any punches. Go, 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 go.
Reste avec moi.
Go, go, go.
Allez, tiens bon.
Keep going.
April 16th, 1917. Emile was still sick. But the general needed every soldier who could stand to launch his big offensive. Once again, it was to be the battle that would bring an end to the war.
Yeah. Okay, okay. Chemin d'état. If you paid attention to the date, you know how this offensive goes. And you can see it. The Chemin d'état offensive, crownless success of Verdun. General Nivelle plans the large general offensive in spring 1917, focused on the Aisne, Front, and Chemin d'état. The Germans had already held an overlying position on Allied lines for 2 years and installed heavy fortifications and an ingenious underground network. Launched on April 16, 1917, the stalemate soon set in and 200,000 men lost their lives in a matter of days. Mutinies broke out in a number of Allied units. The failure of the offensive became a symbol of the violence of trench warfare.
Yeah.
There's the lyrics to A Long Way to Tipperary.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is effectively the breaking... Right, this is very nearly the breaking point for everyone. German intelligence, right, German archival records suggest that German morale was basically non-existent. Food was even less, right? Morale was non-existent and there was even less food. You can see the French and broadly Entente morale is just as non-existent. Everyone is tired at this point, and there's no... They muster hundreds of thousands of men, and they immediately die, right? Immediately. Mowed down in German fortifications. German offenses fail as well, and it takes, right, a year later, there's another coordinated strategy is tried, right? Keep pushing. I want that shine. All the way. Thank you. My dear wife, Elena Konstantinovna. That's... Yeah, Konstantinovna. I'm alive and well by the grace of God. We're still fighting, but this is nothing like I imagined. Mud is everywhere and the battles are draining. My men are exhausted and I'm having trouble to get them to fight. They have heard about what's happening and they want to get back home. How about you? Are you safe? Nikolai Alexeyevich. Russia, right, the Eastern Front has completely collapsed under the grounds of, well, the Russian Revolution. And so Germany is able to pull plenty of resources. No, he's dead. You got to aggro. Nivelle? Nivelle. We're waiting a cycle. And they just put it there. They've put it there. While there may have been Russian officers in France, this very much sounds like it was an Eastern Front. Right, someone on the Eastern Front. Because that's these letters all look like they're historical letters. I don't know that 100%, but I'm suspecting that these are basically digitized archival footage. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I made it. Wow. That's bait. That's also bait. But it's something this game has focused a lot on, is making sure that there are diverse perspectives on the war available. Right? It's... So we're making sure that the colonial troops are being represented. Right? That the only person of color in the game is not just Freddy, it's not just the American, right? That we actually are representing the full diversity of the armies whose perspectives we have access to. Don't like it. Don't like it one bit. Don't enjoy this. No, no shinies, okay. Am I procrastinating going out into the death? Yes. And... Nivelle, just chill. One moment. Yep, I went too far. I didn't realize those corpses were cover. No, don't stand in. Thank you. Oh, I missed one. Dang. Yeah, it's a horrifying gameplay mechanic, isn't it? But that's also one that's very present to the reality of, you know, what these big offenses wound up being like. Because unfortunately, right, one of the core ideas is, right, when crossing no man's land, the place you find shelter is a artillery shell. That guy is the luckiest. Just gonna dig down real quick. Yep. Just gonna keep digging down and up. Really? And we run fast. Ow. And then I walk straight into it. Yep. And just mountains of ruin. And yep. I mean, this is the look of World War I, right? Like, it's rough. Like, I don't have anything to say, right? Like, night. Okay. Hey. The first Russian arrived in France in 1916, but the Russian Revolution put an end to the font of human resources. This is just it. World War I games are horrifying. That's what you're watching? Why? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. But, right? It says something that this is what's... needed. That's death. Yep.
The blow was fatal. The Nivelle offensive was a bloodbath, a butchery. Soon, mutiny spread throughout the French infantry divisions, and the offensive was abandoned. Emile was jailed with the other rebels, waiting to be court-martialed. The dogs of war, man's best and most loyal friend, shared the same day-to-day as the soldiers. Whether carrying messages, saving the wounded, or sweeping for mines, they never failed to fulfill their duty.
What?
Yeah. Right, the war. I mean, the war is... I mean, that's the point, right? That's where this narrative works so well, is that for the tens of millions of people who fought and died in World War I, right? It was excruciating boredom, punctuated by extreme agony. And there was no such thing as a right? The war starts, right? They start off here with a lot of the very dramatic narratives, right? The discursive space of Germany as the aggressor, French defense, the brave American with a ragtag group of friends going up against Baron von Dorf. And that's not where things end up, right? In the end, it just is suffering. And at every turn, there's just so much suffering. And unfortunately, Emile's trials and tribulations aren't over, because if very likely for his role in the mutinies of the Nivelle offensive, it is very likely that Emile will be executed by court-martial.
Je vais t'en sortir, tiens bon. Allez, Karl! Dépêche-toi, dépêche-toi. Non, 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 non. Allez, Karl. Allez, Karl. Oh. Ça va aller, allez. Allez, Karl. Karl, viens-moi. Allez, Karl. Oh.
Right.
Karl.
Among British troops who served in World War One, right, over 88% returned home, but they were extremely injured, right? What's that? Is this an inappropriate time for Chinese? Never. Soap was the base of oral hygiene. It was obviously used to wash, but also for washing clothes and mess tins. It was made depending on local recipes and soon became a rare commodity as oil was scarcer. Okay, but like... I wonder if there's actually a time limit in this. Yes, there is. Duly noted. That's a shiny. Well, that's... Dentist Basin! At the front desk, it recalls to treat all manner of wounds, especially jaw injuries. A basin such as this will keep surgical instruments in more or less stable, sterile conditions. Medicine. Alright, let's go. Back this way. I have time, I have time, I have time, I have time, I have time. Please. Please tell me I have time. Made it. No.
Allez. Allez, Carl. Allez, courage. Ça va aller, allez. Allez, Carl. Allez, Carl. Allez. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, courage. Ça va aller, allez. Allez. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, Carl. Carl, tiens bon. Allez, courage. Allez, Carl. Allez. Voilà, tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, Carl. Allez, Carl. Carl,
Damn it! I was hitting the right buttons, it just didn't register the timing.
allez, Carl. Carl, tiens bon. Ça va aller, allez. Allez, Carl. Carl, tiens bon. Allez, courage. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, Carl. Allez. Carl, tiens bon. Allez, Carl. Allez, Carl. Voilà. Allez, courage. Allez, Carl. Allez, Carl. Voilà. Carl, tiens bon. Allez, courage.
Why was there a double failure there?
Allez, Carl. Voilà. Carl, tiens bon. Tiens bon. Tiens bon. Allez, Carl. Voilà. Allez. Allez, courage. Ça va aller, allez. Carl, tiens bon.
One look from his son was enough for Carl to forget 3 years of war and exile.
Look and stay home.
After weeks without news of Emile, Marie finally received a letter from her father.
Émile Chaillon. C'est l'heure.
Dearest Marie, as the war ends for me, I have no regrets. I've seen too much horror. I hope fate has been more merciful to you. Our time on Earth is brief, and mine has been filled with so much joy that I can only be thankful for how much I've been blessed, most especially for the wonder you brought into my life. This letter is my last. I've been found guilty by a military court for the death of an officer. It was not my intention to kill him. War makes men mad. Though I failed Karl, I know my sacrifice has not been in vain. I fought for my country and my liberty. My honor is assured. Since it is the will of God to separate us on earth, I hope we'll meet again in heaven. Keep me in your prayers. Your loving Papa. Always.
Even though their bodies have long since returned to dust, their sacrifice still lives on. We must strive to cherish their memory and never forget.
Yeah. All right. We'll see some things probably. Right. We'll see how this now franchise takes on 1917 and 1918 and the consequences of the end of the war. At the end of this deep dive, when we take on Valiant Hearts Coming Home, because this story is no longer over, right? This game was created for the centenary of the 100 Years' War, or not 100 years, the centenary of the Great War, and you can tell, right, the documentary, almost like propagandistic newsreel film quality of the narration definitely fits that. But I hope it's clear, like, why this is probably the best game to explore World War One, because, right, it evolves the discourse so masterfully, right? The narrative, right? I criticized it as being a little bit weak, a little bit contrived, but it starts off very adventure-y, right? Very game-like in the tradition of pulp, of action films, in etc. And as it goes in, right, I mean, at that point, it mirrors the attitudes towards the war. News reportage, like at the Somme, that described massive success, and the stories of individuals doing heroic things. That was the expectation, and the propaganda, and the things that were turned into propaganda in the war, and just dives farther and farther into horror as, you know, at the end of the 1920s, there is a massive amount of publications of memoirs, of novels, of eyewitness accounts and documentaries and films that all explore just how violent and horrific this war was. Right? We have a vast amount of documentary evidence that explores that.
Hungry for more, the war was not yet over. Its appetite was infinite.
And there's the teaser. Right, shortly after the events of this game, right, the first United States troops enter World War I, and under John Pershing eventually amasses an army so that by spring 1918 there can be one more massive bloody offensive across Europe that finally pushes so that by November 10th, 1918, the Central Powers accept armistice terms, which will then be negotiated over the next year FSI. But right, this game is... This game has a lot to commend it, right? The museum quality of the labels, of the writing, of the digitized photographs is remarkable, right? It's a remarkable achievement for a game studio, and it's why Ubisoft has, right, that ability to do that collaboration and to get that level of research and specificity is why Ubisoft has a reputation for being really good at historical games. It's not just Assassin's Creed, it's games like this as well. There's just... and, right, that sometimes exists in tension, right? The desire to create an interactive museum that plays through the horror of World War I is tempered by the need for boss fights, for or for video game conventions, and in turn the need for film conventions, right? The final scene, right, the Nivelle offensive, right? The squad that we assemble, that is effectively, right, trying to speedrun the emotional beats of All Quiet on the Western Front. Right, of seeing a squad, seeing a friendship build up, and then seeing those people get killed off, and replaced, and then killed off, and driven onward to worse and worse situations. That's... I mean, it's not fully successful at that, but it is largely successful at that, and showcasing, you know, the dive farther and farther into atrocity. It's really quite... right, it's quite an achievement, and in terms of the emotional power of that sort of act, or that sort of story, right, clearly the last, some quick math, the last 95 years, almost, right, 94 years, has not dulled the power of that of narrative from Eric Remarque to 2023 and our present. So that completes our playthrough of Valiant Hearts. As I said, we'll be back to the now a franchise at the very end of this deep dive, but we're going to turn our attention away from this high-level overview in order to look at some different approaches, right? Some different ways of exploring the game, or exploring the topic, and seeing what similarities they have and where they do things differently, and what other environments and what other narratives are possible. Right, I wanted to start with this game for a reason. I hope that reason is clear now at the end of the playthrough. Right, in terms of setting the tone, right, and understanding on a broad strokes and simultaneously deeply personal level the war, no game is going to beat this one. But we are going to kind of take a zoomed out operational perspective, right? Then over the next week, we're going to zoom out a bit and take a look at how real-time strategy games explore World War I and the sorts of operational concerns that the executives and officers, right, the upper-level officers of the various armies had to deal with, and see, right, what led them to make calls that led to such suffering. Because it was not exclusively or entirely stupidity. It was not always a lack of competence, though, you know, the mass replacement of the officer corps when they underperformed and failed to break the war immediately across all European armies was a bad idea, I think. And get to explore, right, on a resource level, get to have a lot of conversations about the home front, about the logistics of the Great War, and zoom out and take that angle to it. So that's going to be with the Great War Western Front all through next week. So I sincerely hope you will all join us for that, and see how that evolves, and that as we do that we will keep in mind, right, the lessons this game was trying to teach about the human cost that those operational decisions are going to have. So, if you enjoyed this, of course, please consider following to help support the channel, and doing what we can to make sure that this subject we can continue to do justice to, and continue to have interesting and nuanced conversations about. But I thank you all so much for joining me for this. Until I see you next time, whether that is on Tuesday or sometime later, I hope you all have a very restful and grateful weekend. And I hope you all, wish you all the best. Have a good night, everyone. Okay. Bye-bye.